Hello and welcome to Lower Makefield Township Board of Supervisors meeting, June 17th, 2020. Today you can watch this meeting on YouTube, Facebook, and the cable channel. If you are watching on YouTube and Facebook, please understand that there is a 10-second delay. So if you're calling in on an agenda item, you will need to call a little early. In order to call in, you'll call in the phone number 646-558-8656, and when prompted, you'll click 858-455-97850, followed by the hashtag or pound sign. We're ready to start the meeting. I'll give it to the chair, Fred Weiss.
Thank you, Monica, and welcome to this June 17th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. I call this meeting to order and ask everyone join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I will now call the roll. Supervisor Bundy.
Here.
Supervisor Lewis.
Here.
Supervisor Grenier.
Here.
Supervisor McCartney.
Here.
And I am here. We have a quorum. Now to the COVID update. Who wants to take the lead? Kurt?
First, Monica, is there anything you wanted to talk about first?
Yes, just a couple of things. So we're looking at a summer camp launch update, or a launch date of the first week of July. We look to get the information out to parents soon. We just have a couple little reviews to do legally and Bucks County Department of Health, but we have all of our policies drafted for that. We have, as far as upcoming events and things that are coming, we're looking at a couple dates for a drive-in movie. So look forward to that sometime soon. For Community Day, one thing I wanted to bring up to you is we won't be able to have use of the school in August, the field. So we may have to consider that as we move forward. We're looking to make a final decision in July. It just might look a little different this year. And then we're also looking at a couple other potential events here, socially distant, and just trying to get the community engaged and involved in whatever way we can. So that's really the update that I have as of right now. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Monica, why won't we be able to use the school land?
They're not permitting any fields until they know what they're doing for the school year. So they know through August for sure that they're not permitting, and they might be able to permit thereafter depending upon what they're going to be doing in the fall.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to also add, we continue to have staff working remotely. If and when we go to green, I will continue to have staff work remotely, and we're still working on a schedule where we would stagger staff members coming in. We're already talking about a Park and Rec employee or two that are in the administrative building being staggered for work that Monica's doing at the community center. The challenge we have in the administrative building is that we have tight quarters without substantial ventilation. We're putting up additional barricades will work, but we'll stagger people. But just so people know, even with the tax office, when we go green, I think we're not as proficient as we would be, but things are getting done. Permits are getting processed, but we will work to start to rotate people in and out, even though I don't anticipate full staff coming back into the building with a green designation, but I'll keep the board updated as far as those plans and how they may change. That's all I have with that.
Fred. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Fred.
Sorry, guys. Next item is the community announcements. The only one we have is with Park and Recreations or digital recreation opportunities. As in previous meetings, just go to the lmt.org website, click the appropriate buttons, and you can get the appropriate information. Are there any other community announcements from the board?
Do you mind if I make an announcement?
Sure.
So we will be making the rounds to speak, as I announced at the last meeting. We will be having board meetings to be that will be remote in July. So we will be coordinating with committees regarding their upcoming meetings. We do have one meeting that is set already next Wednesday, which is June 24th. We will be having a joint committee meeting between the EAC, Citizens Traffic, and the Park and Rec Board on this community or multi-use trail that's on our project update every meeting that we talk about. The consultants will be presenting the final review of the plan as it will be submitted to PennDOT. The due date for that is in August. I think the thought is that all of those committees have two of those three committees, Park and Rec and EAC, have looked at that in the past, the last couple of years. And that was some of the safety measures that we've put with the crosswalk and what have you that would be appropriate for citizens traffic to see that as well. So it'll be a big Zoom meeting. There'll be a lot of people on there. I think that expectation would be, Fred, that whether it be July 1st or July 15th, that after it goes to those committees for that plan to be presented to the board and to the public in July before that goes off to PennDOT, with the hope that we would begin to have that bid out in August and September and have that work start late in the fall. That'll spill over into next year. As a reminder to that board, that's a big ticket item, but a majority of that money is coming from grant. And so you'll be seeing that soon, and we'll publicize that Zoom meeting on the 24th for you all if you want to watch that as well. That's all I have with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Dan?
Question about and this is maybe a belts and suspenders question, but Mr. Shulov, that's 3 committees, right? I think we have 3 different board liaisons across those 3 committees. If all those people in the 3 liaisons are on there, is that an issue at all with Sunshine Act? Is there anything that we need to be aware of? And some of who may want to listen in just because it's a neat thing to listen to. I just want to be super careful. I like the idea of combining the committees for that discussion. I just want to be
As long as they meet publicly and their agendas are, available to review, that should satisfy the Sunshine Act, even if they're combined committees. Because unless they're statutory and have to meet certain requirements, you establish them at your pleasure, but you have resolutions established, and you can have flexibility. Is the best way to put it.
Even with 3 supervisors there.
As long as they're not deliberating. I mean, just because they're in attendance doesn't mean, that it's a violation. They just have to be. We have to be careful they're not deliberating. They're listening to information, and whatever the boards are, make the recommendations, and then you take that information back. So that's really the key. As long as that division is established and maintained, you should be okay.
Okay. Thanks, Fred.
Great. Next item of business is the treasurer's report. Ms. Bundy?
I'd make a motion to approve the warrant list from June 1st and June 15th of 2020 in the amount of $683,550.53.
Do I hear a second? Mr. Grenier? Any discussion? Any public discussion, Monica?
No public discussion.
Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor of paying the bills signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you.
I'd like to make another motion to consider approval of the May 2020 interfund transfers in the amount of $938,721.15.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Grenier seconds. Any discussion? Any public comment, Monica?
No public comment.
Hearing none. All those in favor of transfers signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. We'll do the transfers. Item 7, the engineer's report. Mr. Buckle?
Yes, hello, supervisors. You have in your packet there my engineer's report, and I would like to highlight a few items instead of going through the whole thing line by line. The 2020 Township Road Program update. Contractor has completed a majority of the road program. We issued a punch list on Monday, 15th of June. Contractor has begun working on that punch list. He plans to have Silo Road paved on Friday. the 19th.
From
That's
disc to harvest, correct? Disc to harvest.
Yes, from disc to harvest. And then on Milton Road on Monday, the 22nd. That's weather permitting. They're looking for, like, they might be calling for weather on Friday. So if they get washed out on Friday, that'll push everything back a day. They'll do Silo on Monday and Milton Road on Tuesday. And then there are in the process of addressing the punch list items, which include puddling on Combine Lane and several other items. The next project is Laurel Lane outfall repairs. If you'll remember, that contractor had completed that work last year, but had to return in the spring to mitigate any kind of erosion that had occurred over the winter, and also to reseed and to pave Dr. Garber's driveway, from which they took access to the area to construct the improvements. They completed that. We issued a punch list on the 1st of June. They indicated to me yesterday that they completed the punch list items, so I will be out there tomorrow to inspect and make sure that they've addressed everything. If they have, then we'll expect issuance of I'll be presenting the final payment application to the board at the next meeting. The bike path maintenance program 2020 has begun. We held a pre-construction meeting on last Monday on the 8th. The contractor has looked at some of the crack sealing repairs that are needed. They're cleaning out the joints or the cracks. Some of them have grass growing up through them, so they're cleaning that out in preparation of the work. They anticipate starting tomorrow. They're placing door hangers on all residents in the area of the work, and they anticipate paving sometime next week on those 3 areas of the bike path. That would be along Heacock Road, and then also on Big Oak Road down by the entrance to 5 Mile Woods. A Department of Health walking grant. We issued an estimate and scope of work to the township yesterday concerning that. That application, I believe, is due July 3rd.
July 2nd.
I'm sorry?
July 2nd.
July 2nd. Okay. We'll get it in a day ahead. Aaron Development, we have reviewed their latest submission. That's the development across from the current Caddis development on the north side of Dobry Road. They provided additional information in response to our review letter, and we're currently reviewing that. And we also received the comments from the EAC, and we are reviewing those comments, and we'll incorporate that into any future letters as we see fit. Caddis Healthcare, ongoing construction. Yardley Woods development is ongoing construction. Lower Makefield Corporate Center is ongoing construction. We approved a revised submission that they had provided. When this project was approved, they held some parking spaces in reserve. They submitted a revised submission that shows construction of those parking spaces and additional stormwater management to mitigate the additional impervious area from those parking spaces. We issued an approval letter on the 15th. That would be this past Monday. Scammell's Corner, we're going back and forth with the developer basically hounding them to get that finished. We emailed them yesterday indicating that progress has not been to the township's satisfaction. We want to see better progress on that. Where it stands is that we're waiting on a plan from them for the rain garden in the middle of the cul-de-sac. And that's all I had. So if any supervisors have questions or concerns.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred, I was looking for. Ask you a couple quick questions.
Sure.
Can you give an update? I saw that you submitted something to, I guess, the DEP on the MS4 program back in March. We're sort of at that 60, 90-day period. Have we heard anything back on any of that?
No, not yet. I'll follow up with Kristen over at DEP and find out where we are with that.
Okay. And
Ultimately, the big submission is going to be the pollution reduction plan in September. And so we've got the outfalls mapped, and we've got it's what we're waiting on from DEP is for them to agree that, yes, these are the mapped outfalls that you should have within your township and go from there.
yeah. And as part of that, I'm just looking. I know we talked about this a couple of years ago, keeping a spreadsheet of all the basins, doing an analysis to see what state they're in, where there was room for improvement, what type of activities could or should occur to fix the basins, whether they be, so we can start to possibly establish some budgets moving forward to addressing some of these issues once we get through this whole regulatory process. It reads to me like you've done that for all the basins at this point.
We have not. That's going to be included in the pollution reduction plan. So we have the basins mapped. We have inspected approximately 40 of the basins. I think that's a little less than one half.
Okay.
And so, but we focused on the basins that were within the impaired watersheds. So Neshaminy Creek, Core Creek, Rocky
Biggest
Run.
impact on the pollution reduction plan.
Yes.
That makes sense. I'm just curious, 'cause not that it's totally apples to apples, but our conversation last week about sort of tracking potential improvements to our roads. And I say this from a very high level, not at all details. I'm just looking at this might be a bit of a template to track that type of qualitative information on our road system if we have a spreadsheet like that. But there's something to think about. That might be an opportunity to leverage something we've started in a different way to do something similar for another part of township infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, most of this is going to be not only, on the map, but incorporated into the township's GIS system. And so there's layers within GIS that you can add all kinds of information for each one of those basins. And I imagine that it's going to be an iterative process that it will, and we're not going to get all the information on there in one shot, but yeah.
You're setting a great baseline and framework for moving forward on managing the basins. I think Jim's going to have a lot of fun with it, and Greg, once they get into the different software that they can use to just look at different information about each basin. I think it's going to be a great tool.
Yep.
And we're looking forward to getting that information and sharing that with our EAC.
I'm sure you are. They're looking forward to it, I'm sure. Thank you, Andy.
Sure.
Any other comments on the engineering report?
Andrew, real quick, you mentioned Scammell's Corner, and you said you were going back and forth with the developer. Are you gaining any ground with them? What's their feedback? Because it sounds like you're being met with a little bit of opposition from them.
Opposition might not be the strongest. I wouldn't call it opposition. It's just more delay, whether it's strategic delay on their part or not. It almost apathy. is what I would use. And, you know, we talked about this project over a month ago, and we're still kind of, they told me back then a month ago that, hey, we're going to get something to you. We'll get a sketch plan to you within a couple of weeks. And here we are a month later. And, you know, within the rain garden, I had a conversation with the developer, and, you know, he said, well, we can implement what's on the approved plan, which is no permeable pavers around the edge. It's a rain garden that drains within 72 hours. And right now it drains maybe within 96 hours, not 72. He said, well, you know, I can dig down and I can get to a soil layer that allows it to drain a little better, and then you get the shrubs on top, and that's it. Or, you know, I can work with you. I can give you the pervious pavers around the edge. I can let the residents pick which type of landscaping is on top. They're going to put a drain in on the surface, as opposed to just letting it perk down through the soil. So that would help it drain off the surface. And so they are going to provide something that is more than what was originally approved. It's just a matter of when they're going to do it.
Are they in communication with the residents regarding this, or?
To my knowledge, no. To my knowledge, I've been keeping the residents informed of the progress that I've witnessed, but yeah. So to my knowledge, you know, the last communication I had with the residents, I believe, was Thursday of last week, after I had a conversation with the developer and their engineer on, you know, the sketch plan that they're going to provide me. And we talked everything in detail about the type of pavers. I was looking for more of a concrete paver, or something that you would see on a landscape or on like a patio paver that's permeable. And they sent back to me, well, we were thinking of it's really a plastic grid that allows grass to grow up through it. And I told them that that's not something that I would find acceptable. So that's where we are. But they said, okay, well, we'll get you a sketch plan, and then we'll go from there. And that was last Thursday. So I've been reaching out to the developer twice a week to say, hey, where are we? What's going on here?
Okay. Andy, follow up on that. So are they looking to put in some sort of under drain in the system to pull?
Yes. Yeah. So their conversation with DEP, or I'm sorry, not DEP, but Bucks County Conservation District, was that, yes, an under drain would be appropriate. Actually, they're probably going to provide more of a, I would say, an under drain with perforated pipe and a drain on the surface, but more like a seepage bed, because it's going to be a larger area, or so more volume would be held underground than just an under drain. An under drain is really just a pipe with a little bit of stone around it, and they're thinking that this is going to be, you know, something with more volume, 2.5 feet deep, and much more storage volume underneath.
Okay, and that's going to be natural, for lack of a better term, a natural area. It's not going to be a storage container, a manufactured treatment device, as we like to call
Correct.
it. It's going to be more of a crushed stone or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah, it would be buried crushed stone wrapped in fabric and perforated distribution pipe throughout.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Any other comments, questions? Good. Item 8, Pennsylvania American Water Quarry Road Booster Pump Station. Waiver of land development request. Who wants to take the lead? Mr. Majewski, Mr. Ferguson?
Jim.
I believe the applicant should be here with a presentation that they wanted to show at the last meeting, but somehow didn't get up. But just sort of to let you look at the site plan, how they situated the building in relation to the existing facilities, and what the building is going to look like. So I think Jeffrey Skinner is here, the engineer representing Pennsylvania American Water Company, and hopefully we can start that out. And Jeff, whenever you want to call up the presentation, just let our video guys know and they'll call it up.
You're mute, Jeff.
You need to press your space.
You're good. You're good.
There we go. I will. First, I believe Craig wants to introduce the project, and then I'll follow through with the development details.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm Craig Darish, project manager for Pennsylvania American Water. As the Board of Supervisors may be aware, in December 2018, Pennsylvania American Water noticed excessive corrosion and structural deformation in our below-ground booster station on Quarry Road, located between Creamery and Dolington Roads. This station provides safe potable water to over 1,200 Lower Makefield Township residents, including 2 elementary schools. And the station also provides fire protection for that same area. Pennsylvania American Water enlisted the services of a structural engineer to do an evaluation of the structural integrity of the station and to prepare a cost estimate to rehabilitate it. The report came back with an action plan and cost estimate that was excessive in both cost and the duration that the station would need to be taken out of service. It could not be determined how long the station would last without replacement. However, the structural damage was considerable enough to warrant replacing the station as soon as possible. The decision was made to replace the below-grade ground station with an above-ground station in order to provide a much safer work environment for our employees. This proposed station was located immediately behind the existing station, and by doing this, we can construct a new station while keeping the existing service without interruption to the residents. The proposed station was designed with an exterior to match the historic barn, which is close by on Dolington Road. And then Pennsylvania American Water hired BCM engineers to do the site design and permitting of the station. Through the permitting process, Pennsylvania American and BCM has met to obtain approvals or recommendations from the Sewer Authority, Planning Commission, Zoning Hearing Board, and the Board of Supervisors. Pennsylvania American Water requested a waiver of land development in hopes to expedite the process since the station could potentially fail at any given time. The proposed station also requires an additional 5,100 square foot of easement from the Lower Makefield Township. This easement language has been approved by a township engineer and is ready to be sent to the township for signature. We are here tonight to answer any questions in order to obtain the necessary approvals to start construction. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for their time and consideration of this project. And now to turn it over to Jeff Skinner from BCM Engineers to walk through the technical aspects of the project.
Thank you, Craig. If I could have the presentation brought up. All right. As Craig said, this is a booster pump station replacement in Lower Makefield Township. If I could, the next slide, please. This is kind of a broad overview of the site and the area surrounding the proposed station. The project's located at the northwest corner of Dolington Road and Quarry Road intersection, also near the intersection of Creamery Road with Quarry Road. It's at the southeast corner of a 34-acre property that's owned by Lower Makefield Township. As Craig said, there's an existing 50 by 60 easement for the existing station that will require to be expanded to 90 by 90 for the new station. This will allow the new station to be built directly behind the existing. This expansion of easement will not interfere with the future Dolington Road relocation and right-of-way. That area is shown to the left of the station on the plan. The plan did require the vacation of an existing sanitary sewer easement that went through the site, but was never, no sewer was ever constructed on it. We went to the Township Sewer Board and received approval for a vacation of that sewer easement. The use required a special exception and buffer variance based on the siting of the station. And we had that application reviewed by the Planning Commission, and they recommended approval, and it was also approved by the Zoning Hearing Board. With that submission and application submission, residents within 1,000 feet were notified of the development, and no comments were received. Also, the plan does not conflict with the future development of the athletic fields or the bike path of the property that has been submitted to the township, or the sketch that has been at the township. If I could go to the next slide, please. The proposed 13 by 30 foot one-story station is to replace the existing underground station, as Craig said. The existing station, excuse me, is located directly underneath the proposed rain garden, just in front of the new station. The building will be prefabricated and brought in and placed on a new foundation to be constructed at that location. Only pumps and control equipment will be in the building. There will be no storage or other use. An existing generator servicing the existing station will be relocated to behind the new building. There will be a new driveway to access the building where presently there is none existing. It will be used by approximately one small vehicle a day to visit for maintenance. There will be no large trucks coming to the site. 2 new rain gardens will be constructed to fully infiltrate the additional stormwater due to impervious increase. You can see one directly below the station and one to the right. The stormwater plan has been reviewed and approved by the township engineer. Existing trees on the north and west sides of the easement will be used as buffer. There will be a new 25-foot buffer planted along the east side, and along with a 4-foot tall screening along the south side or the front of the facility. The site will be surrounded by a 8-foot tall black chain link fence with barbed wire due to the security requirements for public water systems. There will be a rolling gate at the driveway. The development plans have been reviewed and approved by the township engineer, and also the waiver of land development review has been recommended for approval by the planning and zoning director. If I could go to slide 4, please. This is a picture of the prefabricated building in fabrication. As Craig said, the exterior has been designed with the neighborhood in mind to be more homogeneous to the area with upgraded exterior finishes and colors. If I could go to the next slide. This picture of the interior of the building in fabrication. The building will house new pumps and upgraded controls, and will provide a more open and safe working environment than the existing underground facility. Also, the existing underground facility will be completely removed to allow for the construction of the rain garden above it. Excuse me. I believe that's it for my presentation. I entertain any questions if there are any.
Fred, may I ask?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. A couple just technical questions, make sure I understand the layout. And I'm looking at not your presentation, but the plan set that was provided for the last meeting. So I'll reference sheet numbers if that helps, if you have them handy, just so we can.
Okay,
I'm looking at sheet C401. That's an elevation view of your gate, the cantilever sliding gate.
yes,
Dimensions on that, it's a 10, the access drive is 10 feet wide, the gate is 12 feet wide, so you have a little extra on either side.
yes,
Will that also be basically just under 8 foot tall black chain link fence? The same
Yes.
material? And
yes.
how tall is the barbed wire on top of that?
Approximately 1 foot.
Approximately, okay. And then correct me if I misheard this, the vegetation's only gonna be 4 feet, or is it gonna be taller than that?
No, it will only be 4 feet along the front. So
we'll
you
have
can
about
see
6
into the
feet
side area from the
and all that
street.
barbed wire and everything else. And the gate, obviously, you need to have that 10 foot wide. So the person living directly across the street from that will be able to see that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just checking. Now, I design a lot of this stuff in my day job, and for utilities that require even higher levels of safety than water infrastructure. And in neighborhoods like this, we often use alternatives to barbed wire, which are often what look to the naked eye look more like privacy fences, but they don't have barbed wire on top. They're not chain link. They're more of a solid looking feature. And I've also used, I'll say, sort of a fake wrought iron approach with spiky top, just to be more aesthetically pleasing, especially when the vegetation doesn't cover all of it. First, given the fact, it doesn't look like it now, but given the fact that it's in an area that will very likely be a high visibility public park at some point, I don't know how well aware you are of potential future plans in that area. I personally would I understand the need for this, and I actually, it's the first time we get to see the it's not a rendering in this case, the actual building that you've put together. We see photos of it this time around. That's a pretty good looking building for the area, so nice job on the building. But I would appreciate if you would consider some combination, potentially taller vegetation, and if there's sightline issues, obviously that's to be considered, and or a different fence type. At the same time, the other, I'll say, aesthetic thing on the building itself is the doors. They I don't have it up on my screen, but they're basically plain. The building itself is really nice, but the doors themselves are sort of a plain, sort of plasticky looking thing with normal hardware that you might see on any back door going into any building, right? If there's any way, thanks, Suzanne. If there's any way to look, you know how they have the paint some fake barn door crosses on it, you know what I mean? Something like that, just to, nothing crazy, but just to complete the aesthetic that you're going for. I think that would be appreciated by the folks in the area. One of the, I know the neighbors there, and they've reached out. One of the things that with our notice requirement, I think it was sent out regular mail, so they have a tendency to throw out regular mail. That's just how we all are. Versus, so their feedback to me is that they didn't know this was coming, and they've had other things going on in the neighborhood where they're very sensitive to anything happening here, right? As you may or may not know, but so and this is it's a nice neighborhood. There's schools. My kids go to those schools, so they walk that area. So anything to tweak that a little bit, and if there's ability to put in 8 foot vegetation versus 4 foot evergreen, if there's an ability to kind of fancy up the doors a little bit, make it a little nicer for the neighborhood, and then you know, nobody likes to look at barbed wire when they're walking by. So if there's any way to either hide it or consider a different fence type that would still do the same job, I think you'd make some neighbors happy. I'll say it that way. So those are my comments. Thank you for letting me speak.
Dan, if I can just ask one quick question. Is the chain link fence that's concerning you, or more the barbed wire?
More the black chain link, as I think everyone, that's why you used it, tends to not be as obvious to folks when they walk by. It's the barbed wire that, in my experience, sitting in your seat, actually, in my experience doing that, seeing that makes people feel uncomfortable on some level. It's a psychological thing, I think. And at the same time, there's always a concern about what you want the facility to be safe, which is why you have it. But at the same time, there are a lot of kids that will be using this area both now and even more in the future, assuming it's going to be a park. So they don't want kids getting hurt by doing something stupid on barbed wire. So it's that combination of things, if that's clear.
And I'm just speaking for Pennsylvania American Water. I think we'd be willing to work with you on the fence, the doors, that kind of stuff. We want it to look like a good building because, of course, it gives an image to Pennsylvania American Water and everything. So we're more than accommodating, trying to work with you guys on those couple things. Craig, do you have anything?
No, only that the doors, I already reached out to the manufacturer. Unfortunately, it was white, beige, or dark brown are their only options, and they can switch it out to beige. But we're definitely open to having it, once it's delivered, we can have them either painted or swapped out to look more like a barn style door.
Are they metal doors?
They are metal doors.
You can even get those magnets that, look like wrought iron. That would give it a more barn-like look because it would look like metal facings coming in.
Okay.
But
I was going to throw it over to Supervisor Blundy because the last meeting, she was all about the font size. So I knew she was going to have good questions on this. Sorry.
So, I mean, when you guys came to us in September, I was pleased that you came forward with your initial step with such good-looking materials, right? Because to Dan's point, that is a particular focus of that area because it is residential and by schools. So the fact that you're going to be coming above ground, we wanted it to fit into the aesthetics as much as possible. So I appreciated that. Now that I see the doors, I'm glad you're going to work on them. I would have picked a beige paint myself so the doors would have matched, but alas, that water's under the bridge. My asks following up with Dan really go more to the plantings as well. So I know you're committed to using native plants, and that's great. I know it's basically required, but that's still great. I would ask that you when you do that, one of the things we don't have in terms of that section is really, it was a tree farm, so it's kind of natural plantings. You guys have the opportunity to take it up a notch by the selections you choose. Flowering dogwood. Did someone say dogwood? But just really the aesthetics that you pick with the plantings could help blend that in and really make it, a more eye-appealing structure. We would really appreciate that.
Okay.
Definitely take that into consideration.
Absolutely.
Any other comments from the board? Okay. I think the motion has been made at the previous meeting and was postponed. So
You'd have to make a motion to, to remove it from the table, and then.
So I will entertain a motion to bring it on the table. Bring this.
So moved.
Ms. Blundy. A second. We will need a second to bring this on the table. No second?
I will second. I apologize.
Okay, that's all right. So we have a motion and a second to bring on the table. The motion is now active again. Any further comment from the board?
Fred, can I just say one thing for the board? Per the advice of the solicitor, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote. Due to a recent employment change, there may be, on my part, there may be some conflicts there. So I want to make sure that everything's above board on that end.
Good, okay. We'll note that Supervisor Grenier has recused himself from this decision. Any other board comment about the issue of waiving land use? Monica, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
No public
Can
comment?
I just make have a question about the easement? Does that need a motion as well? I'm not sure how.
I think the easement's already been
Yeah, I think the easement's been approved.
and that's already in process. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want us to bring it up again, we will. Okay.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
All right, hearing no further comment, I will call the question. All those in favor of granting a waiver of land use for Pennsylvania American Water in this project signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, 4-0. Your request is approved, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Take
very
care.
much.
All right, moving along to item number 9, the project updates. You see before you a list of projects in various stages of completion. If you have any comments on any of them, feel free to make a comment at this time.
Hey, Kurt, can I ask? No, I'm not sure it's on the list here. On the Maple Vale question from last meeting, have you been able? Are there any updates on that particular item?
Craig did reach back out to the contractor. I don't believe that they have spoken.
Okay.
I will text him and try to confirm that to you before the end of this meeting.
I appreciate that. I am now getting daily questions about it. So any information you provide is appreciated.
Okay, hearing no
Dan,
further.
just so you know, Greg just texted me since he's watching this. He says it's with the executive director right now. So should have an answer soon.
I'm executive director of the Bridge Commission, or is that who he's talking to?
Give me a second.
And their board.
Okay. Hi, Greg.
Don, did you have a comment?
Yes, I'd like to get an update on the Sandy Run Road project. So we selected an engineering firm. I know it was a little after when we had hoped to do that. What's the status for getting the project out to bid on time?
First, we have RMV that is doing, as part of the project, was doing some of the survey work in an attempt to move. I know that we have been, we have had staff meeting with them. I don't have an update regarding where they are in terms of that bid time, but I will be prepared for that at the next meeting.
Okay.
Jim, are you still here? He left. He was
here.
I'm here. Yeah, we just have to coordinate with the engineer. I know Reverend Vernon got us the survey information. We got that over the engineer, and I'll follow up with them on the timeframes.
Okay. And then the Route 332 Mirror Lake signaling interconnection, have we heard back from PennDOT yet?
that that project, we should be ready to go out to bid fairly soon. That the specs for that were done by the previous traffic engineer. Our current traffic engineer is working on that. I expect that will be soon. Related to that, the other project as far as Big Oak and Makefield Road, which is also in a same Arley grant. I didn't give an update on that the last time, but I will check with our traffic engineer as well. Jim, I think that that's correct. Is it not that that was ready to go? That was turned over from TPD to Safe Engineering in a format that was ready to go out soon with a few touches that need to be done.
I'm not sure. I'll have to follow up.
John, so I do know that it was turned over to them, that was the one that they pretty much had ready to go. I will confirm that with Joe Fiacco. I'll work to have both those updates for you for the July 1st meeting.
Any other comments from the board for projects? Monica, is there anybody that wants to make any comments about projects from the public?
No public comment.
Very good. And we'll go to item 10, manager's report. Mr. Ferguson?
I have a item that we'll be going over under discussion item. So unless there's a question, I don't have anything under the report.
Very good. Item number 11, zoning inspections and planning. Mr. Truelove.
Yeah, briefly, first let me do an executive session report. The board met in executive session Monday night. 4 board members did, all but Mr. Grenier, along with Mr. Ferguson and myself, and some officials from PFM regarding contracts and confidential information. That executive session went from 6:30 to 8:30. Tonight, an executive session commenced at 6:30 and went until this meeting started. All board members, as well as Chief Galuzzi and myself, Mr. Ferguson, were in attendance. Mr. Ferguson was not there for the entire time. Items related to personnel, again, contracts and informational items were discussed at the executive session, which concluded, again, right before this meeting started. As far as zoning inspections and planning, ARIA Health has issued a grant of an extension of their land development matter for a year through June 30th of 2021. I'll ask for a motion to accept their grant. And the reason for that, frankly, is the matter is technically still in litigation. There was an appeal from the zoning hearing board decision in 2012, 13, which is still pending technically before the court. So there's still technically a land development matter pending in the township. So this is why there's a grant of an extension. So the motion would be to accept the grant of an extension to June 30th, 2021.
So moved.
For your second. Mr. Lewis makes the second. Any comment from the board?
Hey, a quick question. So if we say we voted no, what does that do? What sort of, what does that do?
Well, we'd have to specify the reasons. And frankly, I haven't looked at the land development file in that matter for a long time. So we'd have to have a specific reason under the MPC. And that might, you don't want to give them a backdoor way to have a deemed approval. So if anybody asks about that, that's why we're not losing any ground by giving an extension at this point. It's just status quo. And again, nobody has pushed their appeal. So I think things are still very dormant, for lack of a better term, in that particular area.
Thanks.
Any other comments from the board? Monica, is there any public comment about this subject?
No comment on this topic.
Very good. All those in favor of granting the continuance signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Very good.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Truitt.
You're welcome.
Next item on the agenda is public comments. So anybody from the public who has a general comment or issue to bring up, this is the time to do it. Monica, do we have any calls?
Yes, we have Sue on the line.
Hi, Sue. Give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Sue. Go ahead.
Yes, Sue.
Okay. Susan Herman, Residents for Regional Traffic Solutions, Inc., P.O. Box 285, Newtown, PA. Residents have noted how discourteous the board is that you chose to make us wait until public comment to address our issue with the May 2020 Board of Supervisor minutes that were posted to your website, an issue that you were aware we had. We direct our comments to the solicitor. In the approved minutes for the May 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting that were posted on LMT's website, the board neglected to attach RRTS's May 7, 2020 email complete with attachments. The email is titled Urgent Request to Resume LMT's TTN Review Panel Monthly Meeting. And the board neglected to attach RRTS's written May 2020 public comment that we also gave orally during the May 20th meeting. What needs to be done to rectify this?
Well,
Mr.
I guess I
Trulove,
would
this
have to
question.
look at the taped record of the meeting to see whether that has to be revisited, or whether they could be amended, or whether those that submission can be included in subsequent meeting minutes. I know did you submit those yesterday, I believe, Ms. Herman? I see that.
You know, Mr. Trulove, I've got to tell you, we have gone above and beyond in micromanaging this because we felt very clearly that the board would omit this. You crafted the motion that the board passed at the May 20th meeting to include these documents. So we would like you to review that tape, and we would like you in writing to send communication to the board, copying us as to what action needs to be taken to rectify this. Because the board has purposefully and intentionally not followed through on a very clear motion that was made, and the public finds it unacceptable. So we ask you as our solicitor to stop the dance and get this rectified.
Dave, if I could intervene here, hold on a second. If I could intervene here, Dave, if you come back and tell me that these should have been attached, okay? It would not have been the board that did that. It would have been the staff, which is ultimately my responsibility. So if that was authorized as part of that motion, Dave, those should be attached. Provided you tell me that this is okay, we will pull those minutes down, rescan them with those attachments in there, and include those as far as what is on the website.
Okay.
The board would have had nothing to do with that. That would have ultimately been my responsibility if that was not attached. Since that was not attached, that I didn't follow up with staff to make sure that was done properly. So Dave, if you would advise me that that should have been done, and we have those things, we can fix that and rescan that and put that on the website in very short order.
I have a vague recollection of the circumstance, and I don't have a specific recollection of what was said. So I will be glad to go back, look at the minutes, or as Warner Wolf used to say, I'll go to the tape and we'll take care of it.
Well, and how about looking at the very large detailed paper trail that you've been copied on and that you've been addressed to regarding this issue, Mr. Trulove, because there's absolutely no excuse. Mr. Ferguson, we are highly troubled that you didn't follow through on this given the level of detail that we gave it. And we followed the instruction to give you the information after the motion was made. And believe me, not one detail was left out. We're not new to this game, and we're very alarmed at the game that's being played. And the board is responsible. They approve these minutes. We sent an email to the board copying the solicitor asking to see the draft minutes because we felt as though it was complicated. The board knows what level of concern the public has, and still they approve minutes that do not follow through on the motion made. It's unconscionable. This is an urgent issue that you people are indifferent to. The irreparable damage of our water supply with PFOS and PFOA contamination, you will be held accountable. What is the timeline for getting the written communication, Mr. Trulove, to the board and to me regarding the actions that are to be taken here?
Ms. Herman, your 3 minutes are up, but I will interject that Mr. Trulove, the solicitor, answers to the Board of Supervisors. You can address your comments to the chair or members of the board.
Okay.
However, you know, I'm sorry, Ms. Herman, you've made your point. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you. I'm going to speak now. You've, on multiple occasions, have emailed the board and others. I have personally answered you saying that any attachments that have not been included in the minutes was a staff mistake, will be taken care of. On the issues of contaminants into the river, the board is on record of having requested our state legislators to get in contact with DEP and EPA through Congressman Fitzpatrick's office to make the necessary measurements on such possible contaminants into the water. This board takes this issue very seriously. I take issue with your remarks. And in the future, you will deal with our airport review board, and they can come to us as a standing committee of this board for any circumstances. And if you have an issue with the committee, you can then go through the committee's liaison or discuss it with the township manager or one of the other members of the board. And with that, I say good night. Now, is there any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Robert's on the line.
Robert, give your full name and address and give your comment.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive, Yardley, PA 19067. Going back to the special meeting, in thinking about it even more, the fact that both the developer and the township is unprepared is really bothering me immensely. Reasoning behind that is you're taking, what are we talking about, 350 years of history, and you're talking about changing it, and you don't have a clue as to what, why, where, or how you plan to do it. I've had a couple people come up to me and thank me for the public comment. Now, until somebody can first of all, nothing should be done virtually. Everybody should have the opportunity to sit in a room and have a presentation and go eye to eye with the people that want to change this township. This idea that we're going to hide behind computer screens isn't going to work, or shouldn't work for anybody here. That's enough on that. But as far as anything else moving forward with any type of development, it must be done with public access in a public venue, not virtually. Mr. Ferguson, I want to address you. I put in a right to know to track the money from the lease of the tower. And the money and the right to know asks for the original deposit and the transfer or withdrawal and redeposit. What you sent me was a one-page during tax season, April, bank statement.
Okay.
I don't consider that being very transparent. The problem here is first of all, it's not at 2.5%. I think it was at 1.5%, number one. And that's probably down about 1.25% right now, or maybe even lower.
Probably true. Yes.
But the fact of the matter is, when I asked to track the money, all right, and to get a one-page bank statement, doesn't even show any deposits or any debits or any credits, that is not being transparent.
Mr. Abrams,
and I'd like to know why.
Well, sure. I'm happy to re-examine your right to know request. That right to know request, I think you made, I don't know, was it 6 weeks or so ago? So if the review of that, which I ultimately oversee, was not fulfilling that request, if you would have made that point to me the day that you got it, we would have adequately filled that out with everything that you asked for. So I will have my assistant send that back to me, because we keep all of those requests cataloged, that if there was something that was missing from that, I'll certainly make sure in very short order that you get whatever is left from that you asked for.
All right. Point number one is I have a business to run too. Even though I'm semi-retired, I still have responsibilities to a couple of people. I try to stay abreast of what's going on here, but I'm not going to live the Pennsbury School District and the Lower Makefield Township Board of Supervisors. All right. Nobody should. That's the reason for right to know. I could have also made an open records complaint, which I didn't do. All right. I've lived here 35 years. I've paid my taxes here 35 years. And 4 years before that, I paid taxes next door to the same school district. So, the fact that money's going in, money's going out, big changes are being made, and everything's being done behind closed doors or not transparently is really starting to bother me, because over those years, I never had this problem. And I guess my 3 minutes probably is up.
Yeah, they are. Thank you very much for your comments, Bob.
Yep.
Mr. Weiss, I would like to address that if I could.
Sure.
This request asked for initial deposits. It is not a problem to provide that. It's absolutely not a problem. When I perused that request, it appeared that his request was focused on determining what the interest rate for that account was. So I do want to point out, as everyone's looked in money market accounts, their interest rates are lower. When we opened that account, that rate got up to 2.27. At the time of Mr. Abrams' open records request, the interest rate was down to 1.51. It probably is lower now. I wouldn't find it surprising if it was under 1%. So we will look at that. There is not a desire to share that information. A copy of the initial deposit and any transfers taking place is fairly straightforward. There have not been any transfers of that. We have incorporated some of that money into the budget as we can leak that in, as it's a 35-year front-loaded lease. So we will look at that tomorrow and make sure that Mr. Abrams has all the information that he's asked for.
Very good. Thanks, Kurt. Any other public comment, Monica?
No further public comment.
Very good. Thanks. In that case, we will go to item 13, discussion items. And I will start this out with bringing it to Kurt. Go ahead.
Thank you. As we had talked about, tonight we have PFM who's going to be discussing the bids that were received on the sewer system. And what I thought was, because there's been people that have asked this question, last year, I'm going to say in September, I had given a financial overview regarding a sort of a global view of our financial situation. And for tonight, I thought I'd like to sort of take those details and also discuss sort of, as before PFM presents, what would have been the items that we would have been looking for? Like, how do we know if a bid is a successful bid? So with that, I sort of want to go through this. I'll work to the chair. I'll say I'll move. We know I'm long-winded, but I'll move as fast as I can.
You're mute. Kurt, you're mute.
You're still muted, Kurt.
Press the space bar.
I guess we have some technical difficulties.
We're going to unmute him from our end. Hold on one
Okay,
second.
okay.
You're still muted for some reason. Hold on one
Kurt,
second.
we can't unmute you from our side, unfortunately, but if you can find the Zoom window again and just do it manually.
We don't have
Or if you're presenting.
There you
There you
go.
go.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I pressed the space bar. It was making that jump. My apologies. Okay. So I want to start here, and I'm going to go through this quickly. So in 2018, as part of our budget process for 19, sort of the discussion, what became clear regarding the financial challenges the township were facing, and I'll go through these quickly. Our general fund balance had diminished significantly. Previous year's financial statements actually had to be amended to reflect our financial condition. And we were approaching our ceiling on locally controlled millage rates. As of today, we only have room to raise mills, 0.12 mills, which there's the financial translation of what that comes out to, without going to the Court of Common Pleas for additional millage. Our golf course had looming bond payments that would require significant taxpayer assistance. Our sewer system had little to no ongoing maintenance over many years and would require significant rate increases to cover those expenses. Our ratepayers would be responsible for about $50 million in upgrades to the Morrisville system. And lastly, the cash position of the sewer fund was dire and currently sits at minus $1.4 million. It was about 2 months after that, based upon the 2017 financial statement, that Moody's downgraded our bond rating to AA2 and assigned a negative outlook. And they said the following: a negative outlook reflects our expectation of continued general fund support for the township's financially strained utilities, particularly its sewer fund. Sewer liquidity is notably thin, and the system faces a significant contingent liability through its treatment contract with the neighboring municipality. The continued appropriation of general fund reserves to the township's enterprise fund would have a material impact on the township's credit profile. That's a long few sentences, I get, but what's that saying? The $50 million upcoming sewage expense, which contributed to the downgrade, would continue to cause a negative outlook going forward. That enterprise fund, which I made yellow for purposes of this demonstration, essentially refers to Gulf and the sewer.
Not on the screen.
And it's a recognition that the debt attributed to the golf course would require ongoing assistance for taxpayers. Also,
Kurt, your presentation's not up.
Okay. Okay. You can't see that any longer?
No.
Okay. Monica, if I pull this out, are you able to pull this up then? Monica, are you there?
Yes, 1 minute. I'll just get it open. Hold on.
Thank you. Sorry, everybody.
No worries.
I wanted to let you know before you got on too much of a good roll. So you.
Yeah, well, Monica, I'll just ask you to move the slide when we get to it, okay? Sorry about that. I did this before where I did it with Zoom with somebody and the whole thing came up, so. Okay. Okay. Can you go to the next page? Is this where we lost it? Okay. So is this where we lost that, Fred?
That's fine. That's good.
Okay. So that's a lot of language. And again, what that Moody's outlook is basically saying is concerns for the $50 million sewage expense and that enterprise fund that you can see there in yellow is a reference essentially to our golf course and the sewage fund. And it's basically a recognition that the golf course debt and the reliance on the general fund as a backdrop to pay it would cause that outlook to be negative. Could you go to the next fund, please? Or the next slide, please. So Moody's also outlines factors that could lead to an upgrade. You see the first line, operational balance and government and business type activities leading to a greater overall operating fund reserve, reduction in contingent liabilities for sewer system capital needs without debt increases. So what's that saying? First, an upgrade by Moody's on our general fund reserves is specific. If you look at Moody's for municipal governments, they define a AA bond rating as requiring ongoing 30 to 40% fund balances. For Lower Makefield, that translates to $3.7 to $4.8 million. It's also saying if the township could find a way to address future capital needs without debt increases, that could position it to beyond either sustain its rating or have it raised again. Next slide, please. What could lead to a downgrade? Material reductions in general fund reserves, general fund resources to support utilities being ongoing, material increases in leverage and imbalance of operations. What's that saying? Moody's is concerned about our decreasing fund balance as well as the general fund serving as the stopgap for the sewage fund. So where that concern comes up is if the cash position of the sewage fund is minus $1.4 million, and something came up that we had to pay for, we would have to go to the taxpayers in the general fund to cover that expense. The imbalances such as Gulf, as we'll talk about soon, is also what they're concerning leading to this negative pressure. Next slide, please. Now, if we start with our debt, and I've updated this number, this is our current debt as it sits. It's in 3 pieces. It's in the general fund. That's been typically for open space. It's been in golf. It's been in sewage. Can you go to the next slide? The treatment plant. Now, we've looked at various options. Even though a final report hasn't been issued, we've talked about various options for sewage, all of which are in the $50 million range. And when Moody's, if you could go to the next slide, please. So when Moody's talks about material increases in leverage, this is what they're talking about. When we talk about an overall debt of that sort, it's what Moody's knows is sitting there and causes that pressure in that outlook. Could you please go to the next slide? Okay. So if we talk about sewage, since we're talking about sewers, we've said this many times for those that watch these meetings. The township is updating its system with capital and maintenance improvements that are required. We have about 11,800 customers. So when big bills come in, it leads to significant percentage increases that we're well aware of. We have rates now, as we've also talked about, that can remain flat for several years as we have gotten our rate to a point that we can do these ongoing maintenance issues. But that $50 million expense will require a big increase of 60 to 70%. And as I've continued to mention, there's the cash position of the sewage fund. So when we go back to Moody's and Moody's says sewer liquidity is notably thin, this is the foundation for those concerns. Next slide, please. Now, if we transition to golf, and for those that watch these meetings have heard I've talked about this a lot. This is the golf debt as it currently sits. Okay. A couple of points. This golf debt can't be refinanced again. And as I've said, the annual payment of this debt is through taxpayer assistance. Next slide, please. I did this back in September. This is our golf debt. So for a number of years after we went through the issuance, we paid interest only for a number of years. That was refinanced where we continued to that extent. And so we're sitting here now without really options to do anything with that debt from this point forward. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, this is the debt service on that debt. A couple of years ago, when it was unclear where the golf course stood on a year-to-year basis, because it is an enterprise fund, which can be confusing to get a financial snapshot of where it's at. And as all of you remember, when we did the 2019 budget in 2018, we transferred, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it was about $875,000 from the general fund, from these recurring deficits that the golf course was running because of the size of the debt, to basically have it running at zero. And you can see that these debts are going to continue they're going to tick up 20% and another 20% until we get to the end in 2033. Could we go to the next slide, please? So if we take the estimates on what we've done and you look at the amounts that we would expect to have to participate with a typical year, it translates over those course of the years a little over $9.3 million that we would anticipate that we would have to contribute. That would be from the general fund. That's where it's been. And so if we talk about from a budget standpoint, why that's concerning, why Moody's has flagged this, let's go to the next slide if we could. When we have fund balances that we see that we have corrected to show specifically really where those dollars are, we could see how this has come down. We could see actually where 2017 actually came out when we restated our financials. That has been rebuilt with this board over the last couple of years, as we have stopped doing transfers between funds without board approval, that those are seen and that we use these funds what they're intended for. So when we see these diminishing amounts and we're seeing fund balances in around $1 million, and we know we're coming up on $500,000 or $600,000 or $700,000 a year needing to subsidize golf for the debt, it is concerning. Could you go to the next slide, please? So I want to go through this quickly. So if we're looking at that as the backdrop, as far as concerns with fund balance, concerns with sewer rates and sewer costs, and concerns with debt, you know, how could a proposal be evaluated? So these are the questions, at least for me, and we've talked about with the board, and I've looked at with staff, that we would say would be the basis to have a review of proposals. So can we go to the first one, please? Next slide. Could a sale predictably stabilize sewage rates? Next slide, please. We know Lower Makefield has about 11,800 customers. We know that we've had a 24% increase in 19, 37 and 20. And as I've said, I know the board has dealt with, we believe that those rates, as they are, can remain flat for a number of years to deal with upgrading and maintaining our own system. However, that potential $50 million cost sitting there would require a significant bump, let's say in about 5 years or so, in rates. Next slide, please. Would the customer base be large enough to provide economies of scale that could soften future increases? Now, next slide. Again, we have 11,800 customers. And as I've said to a lot of people that have called and been concerned, one of the challenges that we have is because we have mandated requirements, because we have these upgrades, the percentage increases become significant when we're only divvying those up on a limited customer base. Next slide, please. Could the proceeds be could the proceeds of a sale be enough to pay off debt to change the overall financial condition of the township? Next slide, please. I'm going to show some slides for this, but two things that would jump right out leading into this slide. That I believe we can have a net impact on the overall debt of over $100 million and an improvement on the golf obligations of a net impact of almost 20 million, 19,725. Next slide, please. So I pulled the first two from what we had. So if you look at the debt, assuming that the $50 million expense by having the sewers and having the treatment plant or any of the options has to be implemented, you can see the debt is just under 114 million. If we pay off the golf debt and the sewage debt, like I have talked about for quite some time, we'd be left with the debt in the general fund. That's what it translates to. And again, I like to quote that Moody's review. When Moody's say what could lead to a return or an upgrade in our bond rating, and they say reduction in contingent liabilities for sewer system capital needs. This is that. Next slide, please. When I talk about the golf course, the first one there, you can see we talked about the general fund needing to support the golf course to $9.3 million. With that debt being paid, that golf course now becomes an asset that we have that is profitable. We're talking of a surplus coming back to the taxpayers one way or another, whether the board made the decision that some of those dollars need to go back into the golf course, investments in the golf course, or even other matters would be the choosing of the board. The impact between those two things is $19,725,000. You go to the next slide, please. Could the proceeds of a sale be enough to close out the current negative cash position of the sewage fund? Next slide, please. As I've said before, that cash position is minus $1.4 million. And I'm sorry, okay. So that is something one way or another, inevitably, we're going to have to deal with. That negative balance used to be much higher, but we have worked to get that to be more manageable. And why for the board that I've been asked, why isn't that an issue? It is an issue, frankly. The difference is that we get revenue every quarter that essentially offsets that negative balance that sits there and pays those bills. It's going to be, if that negative balance ever got to be so high that the next quarter wouldn't pay for it, that could be a problem. We're not at that point yet, though. Next slide, please. Could the proceeds of a sale be enough to reestablish a fund balance reserve robust enough to restore a bond rating? which we know was downgraded in early 2019. Next slide, please. As I said, Moody's requires a 30 to 40% ongoing fund balance to maintain a AA bond rating. We're currently AA2. We were AA1. The township would need approximately $3 million that we would need to have a reserve fund to rise to that level. It's one of the several things that Moody's looks at. So if we're looking in the end that, could you have the next slide, please? Okay, we're going back to these questions. So if we're looking, what are we evaluating? Again, sewage rates that residents are charged. Could we have a predictable larger base of customers that could soften increases? I think we've shown here what the effect of the debt would be, how that would benefit the township, the golf course, the sewage fund, and a fund balance that could restore the bond rating. So while there's all of these individual issues, they really are interconnected. Lots of debt makes it harder for us, even if it's attributed to sewers, makes it harder for us to get additional debt for things that we want, especially at those numbers. The township has tended to pay for things when we get them, whether it be larger projects or even equipment, through debt. So if we're struggling with a limited fund balance and high debt, either buying things year to year or through debt becomes difficult. So it was through this basis, I think, that I look at the bids that are coming in. And Fred, I'm going to stop here, but if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them as best I can, but would say that, we're going to look at the bids that were received, and PFM is on the line here to do their own presentation as well.
Thank you, Kurt. Before we go to PFM's presentation, is there any comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, Monica, could you put that back up, Monica? Because I wanted to go to, I think it's slide 8.
Right there. There you go.
Okay, so Kurt, if I was following along, this slide shows our current debt. There was a lot of talk about this last summer, but it hasn't seemed to be such an interest in public comment of late. But that bond debt, that's existing debt. That we've taken out. The township has taken out over the years to, work on good projects, but it's what we owe, and it shows both the principal and the interest, correct?
Yeah.
And then the next thing, the new sewage treatment debt, I think you said it, but really that's what we believe, right? We've all heard, we know that the various treatment plants are failing, need to be brought up to code, et cetera, and that's what our best intelligence tells us our share of a localized plant would be. Not written in stone yet, could be more, could be less, but that's what our best intelligence tells us.
So to just expand, yes, but I just want to point out, so when MMA had indicated they needed a new plant, and there's a lot of discussion about that, the township has a certain significant portion of that. We did look at other options. And I will say, even though the final report has not been issued, those other options included our own treatment plant. It included taking all of our flow and taking it to a different authority called the Lower Bucks Municipal Authority. It also looked at, could the flow be diverted to Bucks County Water and Sewer? And essentially, there wasn't any one of those options. There were pros and cons for all of them. I don't think there was any one of those options that emerged that was clearly the better or the best choice in and of itself, just based on any factor. The one consistent point, though, was those options all sort of came in the $50 million or so range. So I think the number, regardless of that point, holds, at least from what I've seen and what we've talked about. So yes, that would be a number that we would be factoring, whether that would be a new treatment plant, whether, I'm sorry, with MMA or those other options would be contemplated. So that number would be reflective of that.
And then Monica, slide 10. That represents our current debt related to the golf court course or court. And the previous slide where you had drawn AA and B and 05 and whatnot, what you were basically saying is that there's been various bonds that have been refinanced over time. This is what
Yes.
we owe now, and it's the debt is callable or non-callable or?
So, so the debt, so I'm sorry, let me put it in a little context. The debt can't be refinanced again because, and again, I'm not an attorney here or a bond specialist. When you take out bond debt, you have the legal ability to extend that debt for a period of time. Like you couldn't just take a 20-year or 30-year bond and refinance to the point where the repayment period gets outside of some certain parameters. So that golf debt, there is a portion of it that is callable. There's a portion of it that is not callable. Okay, but there are other points, and I can't give you all the timelines specifically. So in the end, if we would sell and we would pay off this debt, we would actually be paying off that. It comes out roughly the same, would be about that $14,995,000, and we'd be saving a lot of that interest. The interest portion of that would be offset. So when we made, I didn't have a slide for this because it was starting to get very wonky. So this is the point I'll make. In the end, for sewer and for golf, the combination of those two amounts of debt is about $32 million. We would be able to pay off that $32 million in debt with just under $28 million. So in other words, it's like paying your credit card off early. So we would save about $4 million in payments by not running that string all the way out. To pay golf off would require about $15 million.
You talked about the Moody, we were downgraded already and we are, potentially in a position where we could be downgraded again. So, why does anyone care about that?
Well, so listen, the Moody's basically reflects their opinion on your ability to repay debt. So, in the end, for some people, they don't care about that. I do care about that because I think the Moody's rating is reflective, aggressively reflective of where you stand financially. But if we would be downgraded again, it then makes any new debt we would want to take, bond debt, even with a significant more expensive to go out and get. If you're AA1 or AA2, you're going to get much better rates than you would if you have a more of a mid-level status. And right now it is expected that we will go before committee again in Moody's in August to review 2019 financials and all of these items the same way that we were before. And I know already I had a conference call with them in April, and their questions are the same. What is your fund balance? How are you going to pay these other debts? What's the backdrop to pay these if you're short? And so those will be the same questions again. On the immediate front, that 30 to 40% fund balance amount is important to them to maintain that AA rating.
And then Monica, just slide 14.
Is that it?
No, it's that one.
This one? Okay.
So I don't know that I've ever seen it this way before.
You did in September, but I don't blame you for not remembering. It's kind of wonky.
Well, and I'm very good at blocking things out. So
Do you want me to talk through that a little bit?
the zero specifically in 2018.
Yeah. So, as again, I'm only watching Dan look at this because I know he was the chair when we first talked about this, and he was, you know, as concerned about this, I think, as I was at the time, because in the end, what happened before 2018 was, and again, it's just how things happened here. We moved money from one fund to the other to assist the general fund. That's how we maintained fund balances that looked as robust as they were. Inevitably, what happened was those other funds no longer had money to transfer to the general fund. So when I began in 2018, we were sitting there basically having exhausted all of those options. And frankly, much to my surprise, and I think to the entire board, when I came and said, like, listen, our fund balance looks remarkably different than it appears. And I wanted to work to the board to give a history of all on the line item that says transfers. Those are all of the transfers that we did from other funds over to the general fund. So as an example, if you take 2010, we moved almost $800,000 in 2010 into the general fund, giving it an ending fund balance of $1,123,000. If you didn't do these transfers, your general fund back in 2010 would have been $332,000. So my point is that this didn't just emerge. And frankly, you know, I've been asked this, and I think I know Dan. I'm going to keep bringing Dan because I remember Dan asked me this. How did we sustain ourselves? How did we sustain ourselves with fund balance numbers? How did we sustain ourselves with our Moody's bond rating? And it is no coincidence when you see these numbers spike that we took debt out in 2010, where we had some money sitting in a fund that we did things with, but other money that moved around. We took debt out in 2013. We took debt out in 2016. We refinanced and took debt out in 2018. So, you know, in the end, when we use that debt to assist in part in the operation of the township on a year-to-year basis, it sort of camouflaged really where we stood operationally managing money year to year. And so if you look at 2017, right? If you look at 2017, that $3 million in 2017 were the negative balances sitting in other accounts that were flagged by Moody's that were in that 2017 financial report. If you go back to that financial report, you'd see these other funds where there was all these negative balances. It was the impetus behind us beginning to do approvals of transfers every month. So we reconciled all of those accounts, which Moody's actually viewed very favorably, that was addressed by the board, that they basically complimented the township for fixing that. So in the end, when you get to 2018, we had negative balance accounts were zero. So in other words, you can see you fixed all of them. The previous year, there were 3 million. So I want to say this again. It wasn't like we did something that actually changed the financial status of the township. We cleared up those accounts and became transparent so we could show the public actually how much money we had. It was difficult. It was difficult to decipher at first. So when we get to the end of 18, you can see where we stood. If you all remember the 2019 budget, how that was. The great news is we know what we have now. It's clear. And so it's just now we sort of have the aftermath of clearing that up, of not really having debt to sustain our operation and this is where we are. Did that answer that was long-winded. Did that answer your question, Suzanne?
I think you answered my questions and then some, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Muted, Fred. Do you mind if I go?
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Kurt. I like this sort of historic budget slide that's still up here. When we did this presentation last year, I wish we didn't have to, but I hope it angered a lot of people and really splashed some cold water in some people's faces when we saw this last year. I think it really sets a baseline for what we're dealing with and what we're attempting to do as a board to address key financial issues. At the same time, it obviously presents challenges and forces us to think in all kinds of different ways, creative ways, out of the box, and just see what we can do to address it. And anyone that knows me well personally knows I hate debt. I ate my rice and beans to pay my own way through college, and probably kept it up all the way just to pay off my house early, just because I hate it so much.
Dan, you can pay mine off if you hate it.
That's I owe my wife a few things after her putting up with me doing that, but at the same time, I now own my house, and it's my greatest asset, and I would hate to have to sell my house to feed my kids in a pinch, right? And when I'm in that situation, if God forbid I'm ever in that situation, I would scrape, claw, whatever, try and be as creative as possible to avoid having to do that, so we could still have that asset, live in our own house, and still get by, whatever that means to get by to different people. So when I hear, in some ways, I use that as a metaphor for having to consider selling the sewer system, our greatest asset, that is in our possession at the moment. I start from a position, just by my nature, of saying I don't really want to do that. I start off in opposition because I think I have to, just by where I would begin with anything holding a major asset and having to sell a major asset to pay for other stuff that I want to have. So when I take that, when I start there, it doesn't mean I won't get to the ultimate, get to a different position. But when I start there, I have to ask, is there another way or ways to address all of these issues that you've enumerated so well, relative to the future current and future financial well-being of our township? And if there's a rock to be unturned, turned over, have we turned it over? And if so, that's one side of it. What are the other options other than having to sell our major asset? And then on the other side is, if we don't sell our major asset, what does that picture look like? Is it a crushing blow to the township? Does that result in major layoffs? Do we have to use that dreaded acronym to pay for stuff that I won't use? What does that look like? Because when I look at your slide number 8, I think, Suzanne, the one that you called up earlier with the different debt levels, that one. Clearly, that first line with the current bond debt, that it is what it is, right? That second line with the new sewage treatment debt, and I'll have a quick aside here. In this presentation, I think we mix and match a little bit, just because that word sewage is, I don't want to say thrown around a lot, but we talk about sewage projects that are currently the responsibility of the township, which is our sewage transmission system. the pipes and the pump stations and all that, versus potential future sewage projects, which is related to treatment, right? That's that $50 million principle you have up there. So and I'm not saying this is something you did wrong, Kurt, don't get me wrong. It's just, I think when people listen to this, there's potential for some confusion between the different types of sewage and what that means to the township right now versus 5 years from now or something along those lines. Now, in terms of that $50 million principle, I've been on the sewer authority, sewer subcommittee. It's a little bit part of my day job working on these things. When I look at those specific options that we've talked about before, MMA was the clearest one in terms of just being a partner with MMA and having our 44%, and ultimately that, based on their numbers, it comes up to about 50 million. There are one or two options that primarily lower bucks. If there was an option we looked at a while back where there was the potential, I won't say it was set by any means, but there was the potential to just be a customer versus having to pay an upfront principal payment to be sort of a partner and go that way. That number, from what I recall, was just like we were acting just like a customer. That was some rate that would have been significant. That's not principal and interest. You're paying a rate like we do now to get flows to a site, and that would have been significantly less, borne by our ratepayers, but still not a debt payment per se. So that one was of interest. And then at the same time, we still have these sewage issues, right? Whether it's transmission or treatment, some combination of the two. I think there are still other options out there that have been floated around by members of the community that have background in this specific in sewer issues that I'd like to dig into a little bit. I think one option that I'm very curious about to address both treatment and transmission that might take some time to develop, but is of interest, I know, to a lot of folks, is a potential new plant, but done under a different regional authority, where the township itself wouldn't necessarily have to take on debt, but that authority might, and that could be a potential game changer in terms of how our debt is addressed. And there's also the potential that authority could buy our transmission system, and we still sort of that might be, admittedly, that might be pie in the sky. I'll say that up front, and that might be a perfect option, but that type of option might technically would be a sale of the system a few years down the road, which would hopefully address these ballooning debt issues you've described. At the same time, that would not take control away from the township when it comes to looking at rates and projects and whatnot. Because I'll very generally speaking, I'm very concerned about private companies taking ownership of our assets. On our water side, we know they're going back to PUC again for rate increases. Not always the best neighbor in terms of fixing up the roads after they've torn them up, and some of the other stuff that we've had to deal with. And so I'll be honest, I'm nervous about losing that. But I think last week we talked about going to talk to our representatives at the state and federal level to see what options there might be out there. And before we move forward with any specific deals of any type, to see if there might be another rock to turn over that could be even more beneficial to the township, that wouldn't take 20 years to get to, because then we'd have to deal with the Gulf debt the whole time, and that I don't know how we'd manage our way out of that. So all of that being said, Kurt, could you touch upon some of the alternative approaches, not only with different sewer approaches, but also just if we don't do this, if we don't sell the system, if we don't, we know we're going to need a new treatment plant in some level in the next several years. how do we address that? Do we have to sell our house to feed our kids if we keep going this way? That's what I'm really trying to wrap my head around. And I think that's what most people are struggling with on this particular issue.
Okay.
I'll shut up now. Let you respond.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. I'll try to pare down to something specific. So what are the alternatives? I mean, so in the end, the facts are these. The facts are outside of sewage. And again, there's asterisks with these things, so bear with me. Our millage rate is currently in the general fund 13.88. I'm going to say this with the asterisk on it. We have the legal ability to go to 14 mills, where we're managing that locally. You can go above 14 mills. You just have to appeal that up to the Court of Common Pleas. Now, what does that translate to? There's a lot of factors there, Dan. One, do we care about our bond rating? If we don't care about our bond rating or getting downgraded, it changes the nature of the discussion. If we do care about our bond rating and we need to, and that becomes a focus, then we have to figure not only to raise millage, as an example, significantly enough to not only restore our bond rating, but to raise our millage enough then to offset the shortfalls in golf that we're going to experience at the same time. A specific number for that, I mean, it would be significant. My guess is it would be 6 to 8 mills all at once. Then though, you still would be addressing the sewage rates themselves. If you're dealing with the sewage rates, with the example that you had mentioned, that there could be a larger regional authority somewhere down the line, 5 or 6 years, that, per your own words, essentially could be hypothetical whether or not that would work out. The risk in my mind would be if it didn't work out and it's 5 years later and we have very high sewage rates, we're on the brink potentially of a treatment plant or one of those options that's $50 million. We've raised mills significantly to cover that cost. That we're faced, at least in my mind, with the unfortunate sort of trifecta of high sewage rates, much higher taxes, looming bigger debts that could be concerning, that are I can't necessarily model all of those things. So, again, it's hard to contemplate all those things because in the end, it's why I sort of said these things are all interconnected. We could take pieces of this, right? Sewage or golf or the general fund. And, frankly, if the sewer system was in pristine condition and our rates weren't looking like they were and the debt wasn't looming on this, there could be a whole slew of scenarios that could change that dynamic. The unfortunate part for the township right now, for the board right now, is we sort of have all of these things that have come about. I mean, and in the end, it's going to be we're either going to have to find a way to increase revenues one way or another, or diminish expenses one way or another. And those aren't easy choices. And again, if I go back to talking about that, Dan, and this is a board decision, obviously, is if we're looking at much higher taxes, much higher sewage rates, or changes in service or other revenue enhancements, versus if a bid went out that said that it would sustain sewage rates, your concerns notwithstanding, that could sustain sewage rates, offset all that golf debt, make it profitable, change our bond rating, change our fund balance where suddenly we weren't scraping by and we were only dealing with maybe buying one police car a year without significant tax increases. It's just the framework for it. So if you're asking me, could there be scenarios that we could put together that could piece all of that together? Frankly, they all have varying levels of pain to get there. I mean, they do. They would have taxes one way or another, staff costs one way or another. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but that's sort of, this sort of why with that fund balance discussion and all of those things, as we've washed all that stuff out, this is where we sit. And I'll keep going back to the same thing. When we wash that stuff out and we realize, just like in the slide that's before us, that the sewer fund is actually sitting there minus $1.4 million. And we have fund balances with those rate increases, let me rephrase that. We have cash flow issues every year in the sewer fund where we're operating on very narrow margins. The general fund must always end up, and has to be, the backdrop that if you had expenses that were unavoidable in a year, something happened, something broke, something, especially in sewage, it would be that general fund that's going to back it up. And absent grossing up those numbers, then it's going to cause these complications going forward. It's what we've had as complications going forward. If you'll recall, we fixed Princess Drive. It was not a sewer problem. It wasn't a sanitary sewer problem. It was a storm sewer problem. If you'll remember, it was like $50,000. All of a sudden it collapsed. It happened last year, Dan. And we maneuvered, and the board basically took the interest off of bond proceeds that we still had sitting there to pay for it. Well, those are the sort of things we're looking at as far as dealing with these issues. Now I'll be quiet.
Any other comments?
Yeah, if I could, if you want to go back to slide 8, I think the question on the accounting procedure for new sewage treatment debt is one that needs to be explored a little bit. I believe if, for example, we chose the retail customer approach with lower bucks, we wouldn't have that potential debt looming over us, correct? We'd have other debt to move the pipes there.
No, I don't know that that's the case. The options that we looked at, examined, had various things, because in the end, there were certain buy-in costs that you had to have.
Right.
Change that number, that they couldn't say that you just have to come, that you still have to move the pipes, you still have to get the easements, and then they required you to give a capital investment cost into the system up front that made that number, I believe, accurate still under that scenario.
The board hasn't received the sewer subcommittee final report, so we're not sure of the finals about that. But I can say I know that MMA has publicly offered restructuring their authority and essentially giving Lower Makefield retail customer status. If we had retail customer status with Lower Makefield, or pardon me, with MMA, there wouldn't necessarily be a need for us to move pipes or anything like that. We would pay a higher annual fee, but we wouldn't be stuck worried about what their potential capital costs would be for us. And additionally, if they would be the borrower in the event that they were actually building a plant. It wouldn't be Lower Makefield being the borrower for our portion of that money. That would get flown out over a number of years, correct?
We would collateralize that debt and be responsible for that. And Moody's would count that as debt the same way it would if we were actually floating the bond.
So then if we chose retail customer status, we would not have to worry about that at all.
If there was not something that required us to incur any debt at all, that would be accurate.
Okay, so MMA has publicly offered that, to the best of my knowledge, and that would, again, resolve that particular issue. We would lose any potential discussion around that. I think the other question I have for you is on when we went through the individual debt issues, right? Mm-hmm. Would it be possible for us to get a sort of a spreadsheet that goes through each debt issue, the principal and interest payment for each year until 2032, which is when we're debt free, and then the rate for each of those, and whether it's callable or not? Because I think I have all that, John. Okay, yeah. We discussed that the golf debt has been refinanced multiple times to take advantage of different rates and is now no longer refinanceable, right? But
Frankly,
that's,
it was not refinanced primarily because of rates.
in both cases,
It was refinanced to not pay principal payment many times. It was refinanced in such a way to only do interest only payments. So the last time it was refinanced was in 2018, right before I began here, and it basically allowed the township one additional year to pay it off. So in the end, the golf debt goes to 2032 or 33. We have a debt book that the finance committee asked to have put together that is done, it shows all of those flows, all of those numbers.
So the other question is, that's only 42% of our debt, right? Is the golf course.
Say again?
The golf courses represents about 42% of our debt.
Probably I don't have that number in front of me, but that sounds about right.
So the other 58%, right? What are the rates, and those are all due in the next 13 years as well, correct?
No, past that.
Okay, how far past?
I'll have to look and see. I think the sewage debt goes out to 20 years or so.
Okay. How much of that is refinanceable or callable? What the rates are on that?
Well, I'll have to look and see. I have all of that stuff in that report. I can't rattle that off the top of my head.
So the reason I asked the question is the AA2 bond rating is actually still a very high one. It's not ideal by any stretch of the way. We'd like to be AAA. We'd like to be at the highest level. But there's been a lot of municipal bonds at AA2 and AA3, even in the last month during COVID. So it's not a situation where the debt markets would be shut off to us, even with a downgrade, right? It's just the potential we might pay higher rates.
Well, the only thing I would say is in the end, what could be difficult would be, in the end, there is a sewage debt to that extent. Our ability to lend could be hovering up against the maximums of how much debt we could take. I don't have that number, or even saying that we're right there, but we'd be getting closer.
Right. But again, should we choose retail customer status, we would be out from under the potential liability, the contingent liability, the $50 million that's being discussed.
I understand that, but I can also tell you, having met with MMA, they've not indicated to me, and quite the opposite, that was an option for us.
Okay. I'm just reading off of what they've said publicly. The reason why I say I don't think we've met with MMA in over a year, right? But have we, or I'm not aware of it?
You mean as far as meeting with board members, the executive director?
Yeah. Or even the executive director? I haven't.
We have. I mean, we've met with him. We try to meet with him when he's willing to get back to us. So, we are in ongoing discussions regarding reconciling accounts on a year-to-year basis. We're still trying to reconcile the 2017 operating costs for them and how much money that they are saying that we still owe to them from 2017.
Sorry, John and Kurt, just on that note, just real quick. The last time we heard anything from MMA regarding the plant, which I think is what we're trying to get at, was I think December of last year. They made a presentation to Yardley Borough Sewer Authority, as well as I think the September prior in 19. We got some information there. Kurt has all that. But I just wanted, I actually went to the one in September just to listen. And they were trying, that's when we got the letter asking us to make a decision by the end of 19, if y'all recall that.
Yeah.
So I just want to throw that in there for folks as a reminder.
Dan, you're fading in and out, so.
So, yeah, and then, along those lines, if a buyer were to take over, MMA would also make them retail customer status, right? So they would be out from under that potential debt service as well. Correct?
John, I will say this because Greg just texted me as well, who has ongoing discussions with John. And at least as I've seen here, they've at least to us have never indicated any willingness to do that.
Okay.
So if you have different information, I can't argue with that, but that's not been anything that they've relayed to us they would be willing to do.
Is that like some kind of press release or something, John, you could share with us when you say they've publicly stated it? Because I've not seen that either.
I think I could probably get that. I don't think it was a press release. I don't think they issued a press release.
Well, I just don't know what you mean by publicly stated.
Well, they've talked about it in meetings, is what I've mentioned.
They also mentioned it to Yardley Borough. I
Yeah.
got that feedback as well.
Yeah.
Just that's a very, very high level statement, nothing specific when they said it, but very sort of.
It hasn't been official.
Just to be clear, when they were testifying before Yardley Borough, they said they would like the lower Makefield customer status. Is that?
Yeah, that's yes. That's the feedback that I received.
I mean,
They
we
haven't said
certainly
it to
file
the
a right
township.
to know request or with MMA. They're a public entity, and we could.
No, John, you said there was a public statement, so a public offer to us. I wanted to know what I had missed. That's all.
Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to bring those things up, and then because much like Supervisor Grenier, I have a lot of concern with selling the sewer system. The cost associated on a bill, it's not the majority of the cost that a person pays on the bill. It's largely the treatment that's the cost. But it does give us local control over a number of things, and it makes sure that we have decent service levels. As somebody who has dealt with utilities, regulated entities, it can be very challenging. And I just would prefer not to have to deal with another private company owning essentially a monopoly.
Okay. Suzanne, do you have any further comment?
No, I was just trying to get a understanding of the debt picture as we went to the sewer discussion. So I think now we all have an understanding of the debt picture, and now we should move on to the sewer.
Well, I think I have a couple of questions, Kurt. Let's first stay with sewers and the $50 million. If John, let's hypothetically say that Morrisville says that we're going to become a retail customer instead of a capitalized customer. That $50 million would have to come from someplace. Wouldn't it be a safe assumption to say that that would be incorporated into our new rate structure and our rates would still go up significantly? Is that a fair assessment? I mean, somebody has to pay that bill. So, and I appreciate the fact that we would, if we kept the pipes and we became a retail customer of Morrisville, knowing Morrisville's history, I would say it's very fair to say that increased cost to them would be passed through to us in the form of higher rates. Now, moving on to debt in general, we look at the golf debt. I forget what slide it was.
There you go.
And the township's annual cost over the next 10 years, which would be what, $9.2 million, give or take?
Next slide, please. Next one. One more. Sorry.
That's all right. So over the course from 2020.
Next slide, please. There you go.
There you go. $9.325 million.
Yeah.
And if that debt would magically disappear and we would get $800,000 a year for the next 12 years, wouldn't it be safe to say that the delta is more like 20-some million dollars?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. In the end, I wouldn't speculate what you all would decide to do with that money. But we've not spoken, for example, I will give an example. The golf course, for anybody in the golf committee, that's discussed this. Inevitably, let's say in 10 years or so, we're going to be faced with expenses, the irrigation system upgrades, which are $1 million or so. The golf course, setting off like $800,000 a year in surplus allows the township the flexibility to start setting aside dollars to pay for those things when they come up, to financially plan for those things and pay for those things and not necessarily have to incur debt, at the last minute to pay for them. So, but I think the net impact of that, you're correct, Fred, is, minus 9.3 to plus 10.4. And that's directly to the general fund. That is, it would be coming from the general fund, and essentially, at least in practice, any surplus could go back to the general fund if that's what the board decided, or it could be retained in golf, as I said. But that would be the net impact of that. That was the purpose. That slide you're referring to is later, but yes.
Yeah, and let's look at let's look at debt in general. Um, you know, if we have to pay the $50 million one way or another, either Morrisville build our own plant, redo the pipes to Lower Bucks, or even the Bucks County Water and Sewer, because we looked at all those different options. We're what was that, 113 million dollars in debt, and this is where one of my worries is, according to the second class township code, we can only borrow so much. So if we're at our max debt load and we're at our max tax rate, how are we going to pay for things that come up? New cars, new trucks, new infrastructure. And if we don't have the revenues to pay for that, other than go to court to raise taxes, what other options do we have?
Well, Fred, this is the thing. So, John's point and then your point about that. In the end, if we were a retail customer, we didn't incur the debt, that cost clearly would be passed on to the township. So while that debt wouldn't be sitting there in that way, and again, I can't speak to their willingness to do that. What we would still be left with would be the same proximate cost and the same, at least predictable increase in rates to cover that cost. So I mean, what we talk about with people a lot on sewage rates is, you pay for things associated with sewer, regardless of whether it's treatment cost, whether it's our own pipes, through that charge that we give to people. And in the end, even if you're not left with that aggregate debt number, you're still left with the increase in rate that would be significant for 11,800 customers. So, but you're right. Your concern that you're expressing is essentially mine. Where I become concerned is that if we're at the top of our tax rate and we're having to appeal to the Court of Common Pleas for tax increases, you don't necessarily just get whatever you ask for. I mean, they will ask you if you've had other options that you've explored in lieu of doing that. But even assuming that you get that, our ability then to, we would then have to make a decision. Are we going to try to pay for things year to year with potentially short-term debt or long-term debt? This number, well, John's point is also correct that it wouldn't preclude us on the surface from getting additional debt. It becomes more problematic, especially when numbers are of that sort. So some of these things are not entirely known. They're estimates. I can't address that they let us become a retail customer or not. So I think that answers your question, but I have those concerns.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, in the conversations I've had with the executive director of MMA and council, I've heard nothing saying that they would do anything other than maybe have us have a seat at the table on their authority, which to me is, compared to what you presented, basically getting rid of our debt, basically getting rid of an asset that continues to cause us headaches. I mean, I just recently sold my home because keeping up with the maintenance of a 70-year-old house was where my wife and I decided we'd rather be in an apartment, pay the rent, and have reasonable and expected increases from year over year, and not be surprised with new air conditioning systems, new heating systems, new roofs, termite problems, blah, blah, blah. It gets to be where renting it becomes more manageable than owning. And in my mind, especially after this presentation, it looks like being a renter instead of an owner seems to be a much more lucrative and desirable position to be in. But that's my thought at this point. James, do you have a comment? Any comments?
Yeah, I just have a couple of, historical questions. And I guess Kurt and Dave can answer these, and maybe even John. So the MMA, the Morrisville plant, the 50 million of renovations, that was due to years of negligence on Marsville's behalf?
Well, I think
Dave, are you there? No?
Yeah, I'm here. You know, I think this is the issue between maintenance and operation has been a challenge for years, but I think the argument based upon some of the reconciliations we've received, and I would emphasize that the reconciliations have been inconsistent, sometimes ill-timed, and this goes back years, not just in the recent couple, 3 years, that they kind of commingle those terms, maintenance and operations, but I think what it does demonstrate is that, and look, it's not limited to Morrisville, but typical for infrastructure in this country, everywhere, that kicking the can down the road was the easier approach. And at some point, it's time to pay. And that time is now. And
So I guess my
one of the issues we have here in Lower Makefield, frankly, because we got where we are, is we've never had, this is not a recent phenomenon either, we've never had a truly independent sewer authority here. A truly independent sewer authority would have had its own dedicated ability to impose rates, not go to the Board of Supervisors. It would have had its own independent ability to obtain financing through debt. So that the township has taken on the responsibility of what the authority's done, and that's why we're where we are. So, and that's something that you just can't undo. And so here we are. And you know, the bulk of a lot of our costs, I think John mentioned, is treatment, and we don't control that.
Oh, and
if I could be helpful,
I'm sorry.
Okay. The board, and this predates my service. It was October of 2015 when MMA had come to the board and had mentioned that they needed a new plant. The board at that time had significant concerns, even to the point of discussing whether there was issues with the contract and in fact, whether there could be cause for a breach. What one could say, sort of a fair assessment, is MMA plant uses very old technology that is not something that is currently in use for wastewater treatment. And at that time in 2015, the DEP had cited them for issues with wastewater treatment process quality. And so they were facing potentially a fine, but more importantly, prompt corrective action from DEP. And so part of that was that they came back and said, okay, there are some significant improvements we need to make in the plant to extend its life. And those basically got passed on to Lower Makefield very quickly and very painfully. I think Solicitor Truelove remembers that process as well. And I think at that time, you know, everybody was like, oh, okay, that was a painful process. And since then, I can concur. Again, I haven't been in the loop on all this or in the meetings, but the MMA has traditionally been a challenge to deal with and get these reconciliations. Their defense, for 20 years, they were significantly lower than Bucks County Water and Sewer in terms of processing. So for many years, segments of the township served by MMA were subsidizing those served by Bucks County Water and Sewer because there was a blended rate. And Bucks County Water and Sewer also has the same kinds of issues. The difference is they don't own their own plant. They use Philadelphia.
So I guess my question with that, John, is then why would we want to continue down a partnership with MMA?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting there are options. There are multiple options. I haven't received the final report from the sewer subcommittee, so I can't tell you that I have a preferred option at this time. I have not seen any of those reports, so it'd be premature for me to tell you that the answer is X or Y without having read the reports.
James, the only other thing I would add about the retail customer option that I want to point out is one of the areas that we currently have is we question the reconciliations. We question every single one of them. and more often than not, they have not produced the documentation that we need to pay for those capital expenses, even their maintenance expenses. As a retail customer, those would just be passed on. Those would be blended and passed on without them having to haggle with us over reconciling cost, over providing documentation. That for me, with them, at least the experience we've had, as I said, we still are waiting for receipts from 2017 for a request for payment that they had made back then that have yet to be produced. As a retail customer, that would just be thrown into the rate because we wouldn't be a partner that way, and would be, I don't know that would be in the township's interest, potential debt calculations notwithstanding. So it is very complicated. And, but again, I will say the options again with local control, which we've talked about, still have that dollar amounts approximately assigned to it, which then cause sort of a different wave of issues that I've outlined here.
And I guess that, whether it's local control or not local control, it's the fact is there's a history of, I don't know what the word is. There's
opaqueness.
There's a history with Marnesville, and it's not necessarily good. So I don't necessarily know if a future partnership with them is something that's reasonable. Just I don't know if it makes sense or not. The other question I had was, Kurt, with a plan to sell and pay off the golf course debt, would the golf course become self-sufficient at that point?
Well, just to be clear, I mean, if you sold the system, you'd also have to pay off the sewage debt. That would be a requirement of the transaction. So yes, I mean, if the debt is extinguished from the golf course, essentially give or take, I just blended the numbers. I think you could reasonably assume that the golf course would have a surplus of, I have $800,000. It's been more than that. It's been less than that. That's just a blended average.
So on a bad year, it's still self-sufficient where we're not taking money from the general fund to offset any losses that we would have.
So as an example, a couple of years ago was not a good year. If you'll remember, it seemed like it rained every day.
Yeah.
Remember when it rained and rained and rained? Had it not been for the debt, I think the golf course still would have made in this, and I don't have the exact number, James, would have been in the $600,000 or so range, even in that very bad wet year where we had trouble getting people on the course.
Okay. And then my other question is, with the, I guess looking at sewer and golf as the two biggest assets that the township currently holds, not including, open space and that sort of thing. Would the sewer ever be self-sustained or profitable? Would the sewer ever generate $800,000 of revenue back to the township?
Well, listen, could it? Sure. If you cranked up the rate to ridiculous proportions, I suppose it could. I mean, remember this, the point of the sewer is to charge people enough to sustain it and to pay for it, and ideally have enough money set aside that if something significant happened to it, that you could take care of it. So, I mean, in the end, remember, I mean, the golf course is producing revenue from voluntary users. The sewer fund is generating revenue of some sort by mandatory payments. So, there are two different types of assets, but I wouldn't see that there would be a means, at least in the foreseeable future, that we could expect to be generating large cash surpluses every year with the level of repairs that we have to do.
And I mean, I think you said it exactly right. The fact is that it's a necessity. It's a basic service that we're offering. It shouldn't be a profitable type entity where the golf course is a volunteer type service that if we can, offset debt and turn it into an income stream. And I think I've asked you this before. Do we have any suitors or buyers lining up to buy the golf course?
Well, I mean, part of the challenge with the golf course would be if you ever contemplated selling it, you couldn't sell it for housing development, and with that debt lingering on that, if there was any sort of sale, part of the condition of the sale with the bondholders would be that debt would be, that debt would be satisfied. And even though that's not all callable, or you'd have to set up something that money would be set in some sort of trust or something to take care of that. So I think if you talk to people that know this, I don't think golf courses are a hot commodity to purchase in the country right now.
I wanted to just jump in first. I blame Tiger Woods for the golf courses not being sellable. And second, just as a heads up, I was able to find a letter MMA had sent the township and all the supervisors in May of 2019. I just passed that along. It includes the offer of a retail agreement or bulk service situation, so that everybody knows it's public and that it's documented. I think we all got that. The letter is dated May 23rd. So,
yep. It's definitely open to a negotiation.
This is the retail. This is to retail, though. It's not necessarily to a joint municipal authority, correct?
No, that was offered in there too. I mean, there's some options there as well. Again, without speaking to them directly, we would need to really explore what they're open to at this time. And whether that fits for us. And again, having not finalized the sewer subcommittee report, it's very difficult for me to render a suggestion either way on it. And I think we, keep an open mind in reviewing that when it comes.
Just to, I try to keep the openest mind possible. And says about selling off your house to feed the kids, but if the kids are starving, there's sometimes no further choice, and I think the options are really limited. But
so I pulled this up because I didn't recall seeing this, but I just want to point out that letter that he's referencing from May says MMA can, and this is essentially where they gave, essentially in that letter, akin to, I don't want to say an ultimatum, but as far as what the decision of the township would be, that they've basically said that they were willing to look at an interlocal government agreement identifying treatment options, and that could take the form of a bulk customer on a flow basis with rates based on debt service, operation, and capital expenses. So I think in the end, you would be, even in the end, if that's something they're still willing to consider, you'd still be looking at rates that we'd be talking about, but without our ability to reconcile those costs, which would be concerning based on our experience with them, at least in my opinion. However, if that was the case, and I would refer to Dave on this, if that meant then that there is no debt for this sort of endeavor for that, I don't know that I would call that local control, but that would be under the umbrella of MMA.
Well, one thing that's noteworthy in that letter is they reference debt service. And I would assume based upon that, the debt service means that we would be part of that equation and that we'd have to figure out a way to pay for the financing.
Well, and again, at least what I've seen with this, even if we're not holding the debt, in those instances, you're collateralizing the debt, which they look at as the same way. I mean, in the end, you have to give a guarantee on that debt, which often requires that interlocal agreement includes the willingness to sit and provide that protection. Again, I'm not saying that that's correct. I'm just saying that's what I've seen.
If I could, just first a shout out to Greg Huckelbridge, who's doing extremely difficult work under the circumstances as it relates to reconciling that. And I'm by no means suggesting that that's an easy answer for us. And I would in fact say that it may not be the ideal one. I'd also say too, by the way, should we sell our pipes, that becomes the decision, right? And we would have no oversight of that going forward. And ratepayers would be at the mercy of MMA's retail customer pricing. So that's something to consider as you review options and think about this, which is why the very valuable important need for that sewer subcommittee review to be completed and analyzed in more detail.
Well, John, that's an excellent point. However, with the economy of scale between somebody who might buy us, with maybe 500,000 customers versus the 11,800 we currently deal with, I think any Morrisville cost increase would be mitigated amongst a whole lot of people.
Possibly.
Kurt,
That's very likely. But the only thing that concerned me about that is, remember now, you also have to pay for a private entity. 1% of the revenue goes to the PUC. They also have to have recurring dividends. So it may or may not have an economies of scale.
Well, also you have to look at our history over the last 10 years. If you talk about control, I could honestly say we have not been in control of our system for a long time. And I do not see, from what I've heard, a way out other than tremendous cost to us. So
if I could, Fred, I think Chairman Weiss, you helped start that process a little bit in the last meeting when we all agreed that we needed to talk to our elected representatives to discuss options for both federal and state funding. So I think, again, as we explore those options, it helps perhaps potentially give us more insight in what our best choice is.
Well, I think the letter has been sent out, and until such time as we decide not to own the sewers, or until such time we transfer ownership, I think we have I think limited options. And Kurt, could you try to be more specific, or try to, historically, what do grants or alternative funding from state and federal sources, what do they go to? Do they go to the system in general, or do they go to just specific projects? How would it increase or decrease our debt load? Can you shed some light on that?
Well, no, I mean, so, John's right. There are grants out there. We've got one right now for the Stackhouse pump station, which is a big project. It's about a $470,000 grant on a $600,000 or so project. In all likelihood, some of the work that we're seeing, the sewer lining and what have you, wouldn't be. That would be considered maintenance. I don't really want to delve into this too far. I mean, this is the only practical thing I could say. If elected officials can help us get grants, I'm all for it. We should get this. But the realistic part of this is that we have neighboring municipalities that have spent tens of millions of dollars on their systems that they've charged their ratepayers for. I would question whether or not we believe elected officials would pony up year after year, or help us pony up year after year for capital expenditures for things, quite frankly, we have neglected to do, that they wouldn't have to pay for, when our neighboring municipalities have aggressively spent money with higher rates to pay for them. So while I'm sure we could get additional money for pump stations here or there, keep in mind, we'll be competing against other towns that they themselves have invested in. And I think it would be a difficult hill to climb for all of our state officials over and over and over again, or federal officials, to get us money for the reason I just stated. However, I won't minimize that there could be grants out there, but this is all point to the same thing. If we get a grant, that doesn't necessarily translate to lower rates in the immediate term. We have a significant negative cash balance in that fund that, at least from an accounting perspective, if we offset $500,000 in costs, it either gets eaten up financially into that negative balance, or then we would, let's say we lowered rates as a result of it, you're going to increase that negative cash balance. It's a difficult position to be in. So again, I welcome the possibility for grants. I just don't know that, when we have a plan, as the sewage engineer pointed out, that we could point to for when we're going to do things for it to be helpful. But whether or not that translates to something that would be more like gravy to help than it would be a driving force, I'm not sure.
What would happen, Kurt, if DEP decides that the 1% or the 0.25% a year that we line our pipes is not enough, and we have to double or triple our output?
Well, I mean, again, to just point this out, that is possible. We're on a 7-year plan. We have to do ongoing reports. The pipelining that we're doing, they're 2 separate service areas. The MMA service area that we're looking at, we would expect with the level of investment we have that it'll take about 60 years to get through 25% of our system. In the other service, the Shemity area, it's about 40 years. It is possible the DEP could say, based on flows and improvements, that we would have to ramp that up more aggressively. And like I said before, any of those things that happen, if you need more money, it comes from rates. And it's not like there's other avenues, absent grants, to generate that revenue. You know, in municipal budgets, you may have property taxes and other means by which to collect revenue and spread that around. And the sewage fund, it's the rates.
Any other comments?
With
that, go ahead, Kurt.
I think PFM is sitting here in the holding tank here somewhere. So,
okay, so
Thank you, Monica.
thank you, Monica. You saved me there. Appreciate it.
No problem.
so why don't we go to PFM?
Yeah.
At this point, and hear their bid review presentation, and then if we want, we can have some more discussion or questions.
Monica, you got Scott and those guys on the line?
Yes, we're moving them in now.
With Garrett and myself.
Okay. I see Scott. I see Garrett.
Yep. We just need to bring up the PowerPoint.
Yeah, are folks seeing it now? I apologize.
Yep. Yep.
Tom
We got
is
it, Garrett.
in. He has no camera.
Yep. I see it up there. Okay, good. Well, again, good evening. So, Garrett, maybe if you want to go to the first slide. So maybe just as far as a brief introduction. So obviously this was a long process and thorough process that the township has been going through over the past year or so, made up of a bunch of different folks. Obviously, the township administration has played a major role with Kurt and Greg and Jim, kind of providing a lot of information and facilitating things along. David Truelove and his staff there, the authority engineer, Fred Ebert, Tom Wyatt and Nicole from Obermeyer as the township's special counsel, and the rest of the folks from PFM. So again, this has been a very collaborative effort, obviously combining financial, legal, and engineering and other managerial issues with this due diligence process. So on the phone or on the screen this evening, obviously Garrett and myself from PFM, but also Tom Wyatt is on from Obermeyer that will also be able to assist with any questions that you may have once we get through the presentation. Garrett, next slide. So this slide 3 is just a very high level set of events or timeline, basically from almost about this time last year over on the far left-hand side to kind of current day status over on the right-hand side. So just real briefly, and we're going to get into more detail in some of these items here in the next few slides. But basically on July 3rd of last year, we were authorized to proceed with phase 2 and phase 3 of the sale process, which was basically releasing the RFQ and the RFP. Prior to that, we were engaged to do a limited scope valuation, presented that to the board, and ultimately based on the results of that, the approval that we obtained on July 3rd of last year kind of led us to where we are now. So then in late July, just moving across to the right, in late July, we sent out or released the RFQ or the request for qualifications to see what interested parties again may have some interest in Lower Makefield system. We received those proposals on August 20th of 2019, and then we pre-qualified, we being kind of the team collectively, I'd say, in the township, pre-qualified the various bidders, which again we'll get into more detail here in a little bit. Late August, the township held management meetings and asset tours with the 4 pre-qualified bidders. And that was a kind of a lot of effort, again, with the full team and others that were not even mentioned on that other slide, kind of a deep bench all around. where there were multi-hour presentation presented within the township building with the various bidders that have come in from all around, but then also a tour of the town and kind of other parts of the collection system and conveyance system itself. And then in January, the township released a request for indicative bids, the RFIB, and the RFIT, request for indicative terms, for a structure that we'll get into a little bit later, which was not an actual sale of the system, but more of a lease of the system. In February, we received responses with those, and then in May, we actually released the RFB, or the actual request for bids that did result then in the proposal that we recently received that we want to go through this evening, and those are binding bids. And a note down at the bottom, since the receipt of those responses, the township has been evaluating the bids, kind of looking at the overall best package. We want to be clear with that. In some instances, transactions are bid out based on highest price only. Others look at sort of the full package, and basically the two main components of that, not the only two, but the two main components is the purchase price and the rates. And in addition, the township obviously also been exploring some of the possible use of the proceeds if a sale would go through. And again, that's at a very, very high level and limited scope. And we'll stress that if a sale does move forward, if a sale is voted on, that there would be 6 to 9 months or more likely up to a year for a lot more further public meetings and public vetting on the use of those proceeds. So this evening is just kind of very, very high level, and you already heard quite a bit from Kurt in his prior presentation on some of the main factors that have been kind of part of the analyses. So again, that's a very high level timeline of the events over the past year. Getting into the next couple slides, we'll get into just a little bit more detail on each one, where some of the initial steps, and this kind of looks more closely at July of last year, where as we just mentioned, obviously we wanted to, the team was engaged to explore and do its due diligence on the possibility of exiting the wastewater business. So we sent out the RFQ, as I had mentioned, in July, sent it to well over 100 different market participants, sort of legal participants, financial, various operators in the utility space, and other investors. The respondents, the second to bottom bullet point, they were asked to submit a pretty robust response to the RFQ, outlining their capabilities and their history in operating wastewater systems and their financial capabilities as well. Obviously, during that time and sort of all the way through until now, a tremendous amount of due diligence was being conducted by Lower Makefield's team, drafting various legal documents and establishing and populating a very extensive data room that the pre-qualified bidders had access to. So sort of in between all these steps that we're talking about, there was a tremendous amount of work being done by the team to get various documents in place to be able to ultimately bid this out. So again, that was sort of the initial steps that took place in July of last year. The next slide then, Garrett, please. So based on the responses that were received in August of last year, there were 4 firms that submitted: PA American, which is regulated by the PUC, Aqua, regulated by the PUC, Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority, which is regulated by the Pennsylvania Municipal Authorities Act. And then there was a consortium, kind of a team put together, led by VICO and the Carlisle Group, that were interested in an asset lease agreement or a concession lease agreement. So again, we'll get into a little bit more detail on the differences between those. At that time, back in August of last year, the township had decided to pre-qualify or qualify all 4 of those bidders to allow them access into the data room and for them to continue their due diligence process, which then ultimately led them to the management meetings that we'll get to here on the next slide. So, again, those various firms that were all pre-qualified to move forward. 3 of them, as I mentioned, interested in a sale, and those were PA American, Aqua, and Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority. So we had a good mix of regulated and unregulated entities interested in that sale. And then Vico, as mentioned, was interested in an asset lease model, which is different than a sale. It would basically be a leasing of the system for a period maybe up to 50 years. You could look at 40 years or 30 years. It just has an impact on the rates and the prices. But that lease would then be in exchange for an upfront payment. It is good to point out the bottom point there that in an asset lease agreement, the lessee is not regulated by basically any public agency or authority such as the PUC, but basically would more or less be regulated by the document itself and enforced by the township. So more or less the de facto PUC in this case would be the township, if you want to try to equate it to that. So again, a good mix, 2 regulated companies by the PUC, 1 unregulated municipal authority, and then another team that was interested in an asset lease agreement that's basically not regulated by, again, any agency or authority, but just rather by the documents themselves. So I already touched on the management meetings. Again, very crucial part of the process where the township gets to know the bidders get to know the township, do a lot more due diligence. They get to a chance to see, especially for those out of town, to see more of Lower Makefield growth potentials, get a better sense of the collection system itself. It really was to help facilitate the conversation and for everyone to learn a little bit more. So again, it was a good team effort. I think everyone learned a lot, and we were all comfortable moving forward with those bidders, again, based on the management meetings. And one of the earlier slides, I think, mentioned, but I did not really specifically point out that being pre-qualified, it still allows the township to basically kind of terminate the process, if you will, with any of the bidders. And we'll get a little bit more into that. So just because a firm was pre-qualified does not mean they have the ability or are entitled to sort of stay in the process the whole way through. The township has that right to make changes anywhere throughout the process. Next slide, Garrett. So then in January, early part of this year, the request for indicative bids, and we stress indicative because, again, these were not binding. This was just to kind of give us a flavor, give the team a flavor of what kind of sort of real interest. We knew we had various bidders interested, but then it came down to at what dollar amount and at what kind of estimated rates would that entail. So the RFIB, again, the indicative bids went out, this indicative proposal went out to these 3 pre-qualified parties. And that was, again, Aqua, PA American, and Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority. We'd asked for multiple options in that RFIB. You see a third kind of blue point down. We asked for some options that included a couple-year rate freeze, kind of a mandatory rate freeze or guaranteed rate freeze, if you will. And we asked for a couple options with no rate freeze. And within each one of those, we had asked basically for a high purchase price, basically provide your max purchase price and the accompanying indicative rates. And then we also asked for basically just give us what your indicative rates would look like based on a $35 million bid. So again, this was just sort of indicative estimated numbers to give the team sort of a sense of where the bidders' head were and what kind of impact it may have on the township. So we stress again down at the bottom that these were all just indicative in nature and non-binding, and just basically a tool to help continue the township through this due diligence process. So that page related to the 3 teams that were interested in a sale. And then Garrett, next slide. Then, as we mentioned, there was the team led by Vico and the Carlisle group that were interested in a concession lease or the asset lease arrangement. And so we sent out what we'll call a request for indicative terms, slightly different format for this arrangement. We had also asked this team to provide with a draft of the asset lease agreement so we could all get a better understanding of kind of the details that lie within. We, being kind of the township team, a lot of those professionals that you saw on page 2, had several meetings, phone calls with VICO to really try to understand and get everyone educated with the terms and the provisions within the structure, kind of the pros and the cons or the advantages of the disadvantages. Ultimately, after I'd say a thorough vetting of this option, the consensus from the township was ultimately to remove VICO from the process for various reasons, and we just named a couple here. But there were, and I think it's fair to say, and we can come back to this again at the end, that there were quite a few unquantifiable risks that just could not get comfortable with, whether it's with legal issues or future capital needs, future rate needs. Again, there was a lot of information that we all went through and understood it, but again, there were just some items that folks were not comfortable with. Ultimately, point number 2 there, the township, the desire of the township, or at least one of the main goals, is to exit the wastewater business, at least through this process. That's one of the main goals. And with this structure, this lease structure, there would be ongoing or annual administrative requirements, and we spent a lot of time talking about what those would be. And thirdly, which sort of ties into number 2 in a little bit, the lack of an independent third-party regulator, such as the PUC, Pennsylvania PUC, or the Municipal Authorities Act. Again, basically the third-party regulator would more or less be the township here, which would take a lot of time, still consume a lot of time, energy, and resources and money of the township. Next slide, Garrett. So following the release of the RFIB and the RFI team, and continued discussions with the township, removing one of those pre-qualified bidders from the process in May of this year, then is when we had distributed the RFB, or the request for bids. Now, again, this is a different, definitely a different thing where, unlike the RFIB, which was indicative, the RFB is actually binding in nature. So the numbers that we have, the purchase price that we have that we're going to be talking about shortly, those are binding numbers. In addition to purchase price and still indicative rates, especially those firms that are rates are controlled by the PUC. They can't guarantee what those rates are. They were still estimated and indicative. But in addition to those 2 quantitative features of the RFB, we had also asked for some other qualitative aspects, just to, again, make sure we're looking at the full picture. And you see those 4 different qualitative aspects that we had asked for in the RFB, such as giving the township the right of first refusal should the buyer sell the system at some point in time, any kind of financing contingencies built into the purchase price. I mean, I think most of us are aware that with COVID, the market experienced a lot of turbulence and getting kind of back in the swing of things here. But that question was asked, and we sort of had a mixture of answers regarding that financing contingency. Point number 3, which I think we sort of touched on this a little bit in some of the prior Q&A when Kurt was going through his, would Lower Makefield be its own rate zone? Again, some said yes, some said no, and sort of the pros and cons with that. And would the buyer be willing to extend the initial 2-year rate freeze for something longer? So again, just some other qualitative aspects that we wanted to get a better feel from the bidders. Next slide, Garrett. So at kind of a high level, this is a graph, kind of a 2-part graph showing the results of what we'll call the max bid prices. So Pennsylvania American submitted 2 proposals, and sort of the top chart is the purchase price. And so they submitted based on both the no rate freeze and the 2-year rate freeze options, both around $56 million. And Aqua submitted with the no rate freeze at $53 million. Then the chart below looks at the indicative rates, the estimated rates that both those firms had provided under this max bid structure. Now, I will caveat, and it's up on that first bullet, kind of the main bullet point above the charts, that these rates, these indicative rates, do not assume, any reduction of the bills as a result of potentially creating a customer benefit fund, which in the most simple terms would be taking some of the proceeds of the sale, setting it aside in some kind of trust or fund to subsidize and lower or kind of more gradually increase the customer bills. So these indicative rates were straight from the proposals and does not assume, again, any kind of benefit or lowering of the bills of the customers in Lower Makefield Township. But you get a general idea with that line chart down below of where those different rates are. So on the left-hand axis is the kind of the monthly rates, and the bottom axis going out basically 10 years. And so we have the 2 different blue lines showing the American indicative rates. We have the yellow line showing the Aqua indicative rates, and then we also put on in there the green line, which would be Lower Makefield keeping control of the system. So again, we were looking at both purchase price and rates with this page here under the max bid price scenarios. Garrett, next page. So then this is very similar format, looks at the $35 million bid results. If you remember the one slide, we had mentioned that we basically asked asked the bidders, bid on, basically assume you're going to purchase this for $35 million, give us your indicative rates. And so again, the top portion of this is the various purchase prices, which are all more or less $35 million. We got 2 of them from American, 1 from Aqua, 1 from Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority for $35 million, with some caveats that we'll get into, and another one for Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority for $1. So not quite the $35 million request, but it was a slightly alternative option that they had put in, which again we'll explain here shortly. So then below there were again the indicative rates for this option, which we'll call the $35 million bid option. And again, the blue lines reflect the American proposals. The yellow line reflects the Aqua proposal. I'll call it the orange line, reflects the Bucks County Water and Sewer proposal. And the gold line is the other Bucks County Water and Sewer proposal. And then the green line is the Lower Makefield rates. Now, we'll bring your attention back up kind of right above that index or right below the colored lines, that the indicative bid or the indicative rates provided by Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority do not assume any cost associated with the capital related to MMA. That would be sort of an additional or an add-on to the rates shown here that would be supported by Lower Makefield Township residents only through their sewer rates. So basically all the bids that came in, the other ones, the Americans and the Aquas, assumed a $50 million cost for the MMA project. So those other rates reflect that. The Bucks County rates in this example, in this illustration, does not. So then page 13 was kind of another way of looking at the impact of the rates over a longer period of time. So basically now we're looking at this over a 10-year period of time for each one of the various scenarios, and let's just kind of go from left to right. So if we start on the far left-hand side with the American $56 million rate freeze options in the blue, based on the indicative rates that were submitted, that would cost the average ratepayer over that 10-year projection about $10,752. Then you go to the right, you see the other American proposal for $35 million with the rate freeze. Again, very similar, about $10,600 over that 10-year period of time. So again, basically what we did was just take the annual estimated bill for an average customer and do that for each of the years through that 10-year period. The third bar chart is the other American proposal for $56 million for no rate freeze, and you see what that impact is. You get then to the yellow one from Aqua. That's just a little under $10,000. The other one from Aqua, and then the two from Bucks County, kind of the orange and the pinkish color or salmon color, and then on the far right-hand side in the green would be sort of under Lower Makefield's ownership. And again, we will stress with those various boxes that we have in there and the arrows that on the left-hand side, the basically the high bid numbers, the $56 million bids from American and the $53 million bid from Aqua, does not assume any kind of reduction that could be realized through this creation of the customer benefit fund. So we're just sort of showing you the raw numbers without any of that potential subsidization being reflected. And then also for the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority proposals, again, keep in mind that those numbers or that impact to the average ratepayer over that 10-year period of time does not assume any of the capital costs associated with MMA. And it was the question that was asked. One of the qualitative ones was basically would Lower Makefield residents stay its own rate zone, meaning basically just 11,800 customers would bear sort of all the costs related to it. Aqua and America both said that the rates that Lower Makefield would not be its own standalone. It would be mixed with others, thereby spreading the cost around its 500,000 or 750,000 customers across the state. Bucks County did indicate in their proposal that Lower Makefield would stay its own standalone rate class, if you will. So again, this was just a quick illustration sort of showing another sort of version of the impact to the average ratepayer in the township. Next slide, Garrett. So that was kind of the process to date. And I'll turn it over to Garrett to go through a couple of these slides. But so the first 13 pages was the process to date and the summary of the bids received. Then sort of once we received that information, then it was okay. Now let's start to distill this down to make things an apples to apples comparison, so the board can start to analyze if they want to move forward, which proposals may make the most sense. So Garrett will walk through a couple of these, and again, we'll just sort of tag team these different slides.
Sure. So again, based off of the proposals we received, we wanted to kind of break down the analysis of the bids into manageable bite-sized portions, if you will. So the first slide, which we're on, is trying to distill down what the best overall bid package is as far as the highest bid option goes. So if you recall from the previous page, Pennsylvania American's bid was approximately $3.1 million higher than Aqua's bids. However, their rates were also higher for that option. So again, when we look at the overall bid package, we attempted to, like Scott said, put them on an apples to apples comparison. And to do that, we assumed that additional $3.1 million, or rather that incremental $3.1 million, would be put into some sort of customer benefit fund in an attempt to meet or do better than Aqua's rates. So I'll pause there and say, that while this analysis assumes, again, that $3.1 million would be deposited into some sort of customer benefit fund, irrespective of whether or not it's the board's decision, should you go through with the sale, to put any monies into a customer benefit fund, this analysis would, is still holding. For this analysis, the customer benefit fund is just a tool in which to attempt to put the two bids on an apples to apples comparison. So again, I don't know if folks can see my cursor, but kind of towards the middle where it says CBF balance. So again, that's assuming that the full $3.1 million is put into this fund. And again, it's going to be growing at some interest rate. It's going to be invested in some securities, and it's going to be accruing interest. And again, what we're trying to do is taking Americans' rates displayed up at the top per their RFP. We're seeing if we could match or do better than Aqua's rates down at the bottom. So again, you have Aqua's gross rates up at the top, you have the CBF balance in the red box, and then down at the bottom you have their net bill, if you will, the net bill to the residents, and then Aqua's bill per the RFP. So again, you can see that we can meet or exceed, or rather meet Aqua's rates through and including 2027, that is. Following 2027, we're assuming, or we're calculating that initial deposit into the CBF would be depleted. In other words, there'd be no additional funds able to reduce customer bills in the future, at which point you see that delta, which is just the natural delta between the rates American provided us versus the rates Aqua provided us. So in a nutshell, the takeaway is, if you're looking at this analysis, it would appear that while Pennsylvania American's bid was $3.1 million higher, that incremental $3.1 million would not be enough to offset their higher rates. So again, that's taking this into manageable bite-sized portions. That was kind of the first question we had, and we were asked by the township. Once you kind of wrap your arms around the notion that, okay, maybe the highest bid price isn't necessarily the best overall package, the next logical question is, okay, Aqua submitted two bids, one for a $53 million purchase price and one for a $35 million purchase price. And again, with the lower purchase price in the $35 million scenario came lower rates. So using the same analysis that we did in the previous slide, we looked at seeing if that incremental $18 million, which again is the difference between the $53 million bid option and the $35 million bid option, would that $18 million be enough to meet or exceed their lower rates per the $35 million proposal? And again, if you look down at the bottom, you can see in years through and including 2030, the township would be able to match the bills that you would expect Aqua to bill, again, based on their RFP, while still having a sizable fund balance around $12 million remaining in the CBF. So again, we've kind of, the slide before this was meant to get folks comfortable with, the Aqua versus American overall bid package analysis. This is now distilling down into the two Aqua bids, and again, which of those two bids would appear to be the best overall bid package. So again, as Kurt mentioned very thoroughly in the first kind of portion of this discussion, the township has identified a few key areas in which to use its proceeds, or the sale proceeds, should a sale occur. One being debt reduction, two being the replenishment of other funds that have been depleted over the years, three, an increase in the general fund position, payment of related fees associated with the transaction, and then other items to be determined by the board. We have this little cursory note down at the bottom that, should the township proceed with a sale to a regulated utility, being a Aqua or American, the approval process through which you need to go through at the PUC is quite lengthy. So if we were to, let's hypothetically say, mid this year, July or so, make a decision, the board would make a decision to go through with the sale, it would likely be, the summer of 2021 in which we would get PUC approval and settlement would actually occur. So again, while it's important to have an idea for the use of the proceeds by settlement, we would still have a year a year from now at best to determine the best possible use of those proceeds. So again, that discussion is for a later meeting or several meetings, following any decision to sell. It's not necessarily something that needs to be identified or cleared up prior to awarding a bid. So again, we've been talking about this idea of a customer benefit fund. Again, this is not something that is required. It's simply an idea in which a lot of our clients who are in the similar situations as you all are, who are analyzing sewer sales or sales of their sewer system rather, the idea of putting some amount of money into some, trust, and again, how this would be accomplished, the devil's in the details, and would obviously ultimately be subject to legal counsel approval. But there's many ways in which you can do this. But the general premise is that some amount of money would go into this fund, and this fund would be used to help mitigate the sewer bills for some period of time that Lower Makefield residents would receive. Again, the execution of it can be done several different ways, and we'll get into a couple of them here.
Yeah, and Garrett, maybe while you're flipping the slide, just to kind of reemphasize that basically all the information up to, maybe slide 15 or 16, that is more, I'll say, kind of the more near-term decision. So this presentation is kind of broken out kind of two ways. It was the process, the third process that's been undertaken for the past year or so, the results of the bids. And ultimately, if the township wants to pursue a sale, an ordinance would need to be passed, let's just say in the near term, to accept the proposal from one of the, one of the bidders. That's for the near-term approval. So that's kind of one decision, one decision item. Then, if that's the case, then the slide that Garrett just went over about the use of proceeds and Kurt went over in a slightly different format an hour or so ago, that's all decisions for later down the road. And this glide path and the CBF, or the Customer Benefit Fund, that again is a separate and distinct decision kind of rolled into the use of proceeds. So we're just kind of giving everyone a flavor of what some of these discussions could look like and what kind of impact it may have ultimately on the bills of the residents of Lower Makefield. But again, two different decision points and timelines. I'm sorry, Garrett, go ahead.
No, that's all very good points. So, kind of boiling down to, a scenario that could be entertained by the board should they decide to pursue a customer benefit fund, is this idea of some sort of glide path from Lower Makefield's current rates to eventually equalize with Aqua's main rates. This idea is similar, right, to folks' retirement funds, right? So as they get closer to retirement, they alter their investment portfolio. It's a similar idea, right, that over time you're steadily trying to meet an end goal. So in this particular instance, we're targeting a 5% real increase. And when I say real increase, I mean a net sewer bill increase to customers. So while Aqua's rates may be rising, 21% in year 2025 or 10% in 2028, our goal through this fund would be that the net realized increase on a customer's bill would only be 5%. And we have a visual illustration of that on the following page, I believe, for those of us that kind of needed a picture to help us with that. But again, down at the bottom, you see in the red box that every year following the rate freeze, so coinciding with the first planned rate increase per Aqua's RFB, we would be targeting a 5% increase every year up until basically 2031, at which point in 2032, there would be a slightly larger increase to 5.75%. But at that point, Lower Makefield residents' bills would have equalized with Aqua's rates. And then at that point, they would be moving with Aqua's annual bills. And you can see that in this scenario, again, targeting a 5%, there still would be a sizable fund balance remaining in the customer benefit fund. And again, you know, the actual, should the township wish to, you know, set up some sort of customer benefit fund, and if they were to use this kind of glide path approach, we just use 5%. It seemed like a nice number. But if it's the township's decision, they could, in theory, do 3%. They could do 6%. They could stagger it where, you know, let's say in 2025, they wanted a slightly larger increase, but in the following years, they wanted something a little bit lower. The point I'm trying to get at is, you know, like I said earlier, there's many ways to skin this cat. It's the devil's in the details, but it's all something that can be worked through and analyzed with relative ease. So I'll stop there for that one. Again, these are just some illustrations. The green line is Aqua's rates and bills annually per their RFB. I'll note that the black line delineates the rates that were provided by Aqua in their RFB. Everything to the right of the black line are PFM's own internal rate projections, again, just based off of historical rate filings, timing of historical rate filings by Aqua. Again, they're only meant to be illustrative. But again, what you can see is that in the 5% glide path scenario, again, in 2032, you would equalize with Aqua's rates, and then thereafter move in tandem with Aqua's rates. Again, for illustrative purposes or for comparative purposes, we've also included the estimated Lower Makefield rates if the township were to keep its system and fund a $50 million or what have you Morrisville plant upgrade. The yellow line is if you were, instead of targeting 3%, the township decided to target 3% as opposed to 5%. As you can see, in doing so, it would take several years longer in order to equalize with Aqua's rates. And in doing so, in taking longer, the CBF fund would be fully depleted by the time rates were to equalize with Aqua's.
And of course, these are just a couple different glide path scenarios. There's multiple versions. Again, this is not meant to get in the weeds tonight, but just to give you an overall general idea of what further analysis could look like if the township did decide to pursue the sale. So this is not meant to just be these couple options to choose from. There are many, many, many more that we can get into. A lot of modifications, sort of a lot of flexibility with this. But again, you just sort of get a general sense of potential ways to smooth out maybe some of the potential increases under regulated buyer ownership.
Yep. So again, similar to the graph we showed a few slides ago, where we took, the estimated sewer bills for each of the bids, and put one total amount for the 10-year span that we asked for in the RFQ. You can see in this particular scenario, again, you have Lower Mayfield's rates, same as the previous slide. You have Aqua's base rates on the light brown on the far right. And then in the middle, you have each of the two scenarios we outlined on the previous few slides. You have the glide path scenario, with assuming a 5% in the blue and assuming a 3%. And what this is meant to illustrate is that while Aqua would still be billing the customers its rates as stated in the light brown, the CBF would be used to diminish those bills to something more manageable. Again, in the case of the blue, it would be distilled down to about $9,500. In the yellow, about $9,000. And then you see down here at the bottom, the remaining CBF balances through and including 2030. Again, just for those of us that visualizing with a graph is more helpful than looking at a chart, this is meant to summarize the next 10 years over each of the scenarios. Again, we mentioned it before briefly, that the estimated closing timeline is dictated largely on the type of buyer. So if it was regulated, and when we say regulated, we mean regulated by the Pennsylvania Public Utilities Company or Commission, that applies to an Aqua and American. So prior to closing, an application would have to be submitted to the PAPUC. The township would ultimately be required to obtain an engineering assessment report as well as a utility valuation expert. And then should the township decide to pursue a sale to a regulated entity, it would likely be a year from acceptance of a bid before a successful closing. It would be a slightly different scenario if you were to select the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority proposal, in which case the closing timeline is really just dictated by the time in which it takes them to access the capital markets and secure funding for the purchase price. Using round estimates, 3 months, although they did mention, as Scott alluded to before, that they did request a financing contingency based off of all the ramifications of COVID. So maybe it takes a little longer for them to secure that funding, maybe not. But I believe that is our last slide. So I'll defer to Scott and Tom if there's anything that they think we missed or that we should maybe discuss more thoroughly or highlight.
Nope. I think those were the main highlights from my perspective.
Yeah, me too. Be interested in questions, if any.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. If we can go back to the comparative rates over 10 years, I can slide 20.
Yep.
We see over 10 years with the 5% glide path rate, about $1,800, a little $2,200, give or take, with 3% savings, and base rates. Was it? I'm getting tired, so excuse me.
About 12. What's that? About $1,200.
$1,200.
13.
Okay.
13. Yeah, maybe 1,300. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it doesn't seem like a lot. However, I know this is important for some people. With 11,800 customers and 10 years worth of that savings, what kind of money are we looking at as far as saving ratepayers collectively?
Well, again, so while it might only be $1,200 incremental difference, keep in mind the township would still have a remaining balance of about $15.7 million remaining that it could fund other capital projects. It could, there's a litany of uses that $15.7 million could be used for.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I understand that, but to the ratepayers themselves, that accumulative savings. Kurt, do you have an idea what I'm talking about?
I think, Fred, you'd be over. I think you'd probably be over $20 million or so. Depending on which scenario you're looking at. I mean, if you just take, for instance, $2,000 difference, between some of those times the 11,800 customers, you're looking at almost $24 million over that period.
Plus the 15 million that's still in the fund.
Plus the 15 million that's still in the fund.
So that's even 30. That's like $37 million.
So yeah. That was Fred. That was the point I was going to make. In fact, they both picked up on it. I knew you when you started to ask that you were going to say my name, and I'm glad my camera was on, so it didn't look like I was asleep. So the 5% glide path is 21,200,000 or so. The 3% glide path savings is a shade over $26 million. But the big difference that Garrett mentioned is there's 15 million left in the 5% glide path after 10 years and a little over 3 million left. So you've essentially, you've run the number out at 3% just about in 10 years, where you're still left with, if you continue to offer that credit, an extended number of years that you could soften people's sewer bill for many more years after that.
And then, all that money saved, plus if we do sell the sewers, if you add that to the delta of the golf course of another $20 million, we could see savings approaching $50 million there.
Yes.
Altogether.
I think that's a fair statement. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just off the top of my head. Well, I've been thinking about this for a few days, but that's a lot of money. That's significant Benjamins.
Fred, the only thing I want to point out regarding Lower Makefield's rates that the guys didn't bring up. So that assumption, if when you look at that chart, Scott, are we able to go back to that chart where we show Lower Makefield's rate on the or on the on the line chart?
This one.
So yeah, that's it. So if you look at that, that assumes that big increase in 2025 or so, and then it goes up and it stays flat. So we know that we can stay flat for the next 4 or 5 years based upon current spending outlines that have been approved. So from 2026 to 2030, when they asked me these costs, we assumed flat, but as you said before and is known, whether or not DEP makes us ramp up additional improvements that we've not contemplated, that number, that chart all the way to 2030 may not stay flat. And I'm not suggesting there's going to be massive increases, but there might be periods of time in there we have to do a 2 to 5% increase or so that would change that trajectory. We just defined there what we knew as far as that number went.
And we can't predict where a main will break or,
Well, I mean, for me, it's not about the same way that a grant necessarily wouldn't change the rate. A thing like that, Fred, may not change the rate. However, if we have to ramp up and do an extra $250,000 and we're doing $250,000 in pipeline now, if they said you have to do another $250,000 just a year, that would be 4%. So in the end, while that's going on that path, there's no way to define that. So we kept that flat, to be fair, from 2026 to 2030 for Lower Makefield.
Yeah. And wouldn't it be safe to assume even keeping our sewers after 2030, if that stays the same, just the cost of doing business would cost an increase in rates?
No, I think it's fair. I mean, if you said 2%, 3% a year, I think is a generally understood number.
Yeah. It's to me, it's very impressive. Any comment from the board?
Yeah, a question on the rates. What are the monthly rates, LMT monthly rates for 2025 to 2027 and then 2028 to 2030?
Monthly, Garrett, maybe if you go back to that other line chart, a couple slides back, I think that one's broken out monthly.
Yeah.
So it looks like, yeah.
These would be the monthly rates. So, John, which particular proposal were you?
For LMT's rates for 2025?
LMT's rates for 2025 were, again, maybe something like
74.20.
Yeah, you're still about where you are now, about the $71, and it jumps up the following year to about what is that, about 120?
Like just under 120. Like I think we would have it at like 117 or 118.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 117 from 2026 to 2030.
That's what we're assuming, yes.
Okay. Just curious about that. Scott, I don't know if you remember, last year I sent a series of questions to kind of give some comparison. And I sent them, I got an email from you, I think it was August 7th, or I guess it was, no, Kurt sent me your email from August 7th. Really, I was looking for comparison of prior municipalities that sold their wastewater systems, where we could look at, the entity executing the sale, the purchaser, purchase price in terms of sale, that sort of stuff. Do you remember that list of questions?
I vaguely remember the list of questions. Haven't obviously looked at it for a long time, so I don't recall any of the detail on it.
Yeah, is there a chance I can get the answers to some of those questions?
Sure, we can surely try if the answers exist. Yes, I mean if we have access to them.
Well, I mean, you said you should be able to get a fair amount of the info for most of them. You said there were some that would be a little difficult, but the other ones you said, you have a chance to do that. Is that something you can do then?
Yeah,
sure, we'll take a look. Yeah, we'll take a look.
If
awesome.
you re-forward that email, we'll take a refresher memory on it and provide you with as much information as we can.
That would be great. Great. And because when I looked at the numbers, the one base unit that often these kinds of transactions are reviewed on is the price per EDU. And there's a lot of factors that go into that analysis. So I'm not prepared to say whether the pricing that we'd received from the potential bidders is excellent, not good, anywhere in between. Without having some of that contextual data, I wouldn't want to bias anyway, sort of the analysis of what those offers were. But I was curious on the bid process a little bit. Can you help give me some background on what the strategy around the $35 million floor was that was given to bidders?
Yeah, I think the strategy there was through discussions with the township for many months. One of the ideas was to, I think Kurt had articulated it in his earlier presentation about if the system is sold, could it solve these issues? And in very round numbers, I think the $35 million number basically got us to that point. So the $35 million, I think, was not an arbitrary number. It was a number that I think made sense to the township to satisfy those goals. So it was basically just another data point that we wanted to be able to provide you that, based on here a high price, here's what things look like. And, based on sort of this threshold, this $35 million purchase price, here's what rates look like. So, I don't know if Kurt wants to elaborate anymore, but, again, I think that was just through months and months of discussions with the township on, let's just see how things look at that purchase price.
Right. Because I think, again, it was always the township's goal or understanding to not just focus on the absolute purchase price, but to have, some package of which that's, is acceptable rates and acceptable bid price. So, again, everyone, can probably infer on this call that a higher purchase price would ultimately be supported by a higher rate. So if, the township's bogey, for lack of a better term, is 35 million, what would the accompanying rates for that purchase price be? And does that package, again, the 35 million being enough to satisfy the pre-identified uses, would that package and the lower rates that would accompany it be a more ideal outcome for the township as opposed to just taking the largest purchase price and the accompanying rates?
Yeah, and the reason I asked the question is I'm curious about something that we saw in the responses, that there were some responses by bidders that didn't necessarily make rational sense, in that they were their bids didn't reflect the differences between rates in the same way, and the fact that even with Pennsylvania American Water, essentially the highest bid was the best. With Aqua efficient utilities, whatever they are, didn't reflect the rates, the $35 million rates. None of them were even close to what we were getting in the 53 million rate, right? And if I were bidding, wouldn't you make those the same?
Well, I think it comes down to No, I mean, it's a higher purchase price, so the rates would reflect recouping that purchase price as one component over time. So typically you do see a rate differential between, kind of a max purchase price versus something less than that. More times than not, a higher purchase price, like Garrett said, will result in higher rates.
Yeah, I guess the question is, if you added up the numbers, the total payout, right, and the total rate, the total amount of money that the utility pays us and then charges the customers, they should be indifferent in theory between 35 and whatever the 53, right? But that wasn't the case here in the bidding. And the reason I bring this up, and again, it's more a question about auction theory, which is how do you execute an auction successfully such that it yields the highest potential price? And did the bidding process inhibit us potentially uncovering the highest price?
No, I would say not. Could we ask for what their max bid price was? What are they willing to bid for a high purchase price?
Yeah, but you also gave them a floor signal too, right? And did that floor signal depress potential price?
We gave them both ends of the spectrum.
Possibly, yeah. And but this is a question for sort of auction theory, right? I don't know if you remember that guy, Bill Vickery. He won the Nobel Prize and died like a week later.
So again, this is going back to my game theory classes, similar but a little different in college. But irregardless of the type of auction, there are three, if I recall, three underlying principles that make for an efficient auction. And again, those theories are obviously rooted in fundamental economics, which you can argue are realistic or unrealistic. But in any sense, a few of those, if I recall correctly, and please correct me, a few of those are, have the bidders having equal information to one another, and also being, what's the phrase in economics, perfectly rational individuals in their decision making. So in both of those tenets, I believe we met them, right? Because we set up the data room for the bidders. So all the bidders had access to the same information, presumably. You would assume, or would have to assume, right, that they're both, profit maximizing individuals with perfectly rational information, or with perfectly rational decision making. So you kind of have to assume that as well. I can't recall what the third tenet is, but I think regardless of how the bidding was done, whether it be a traditional auction like you did, or if you did like a Dutch auction or things of that nature, as long as those principles are satisfied, you would assume that the auction was efficient and successful. And again, I think our attempt was to meet those fundamentals, and I believe we did.
Todd, can I ask you a question? There's currently other systems that are being contemplated for sale. There's been some local ones as well that have gone up. Is there something about that bid price, knowing our system the way you do now, absent our own treatment and what have you, that would indicate that 53 million would be an underrepresentation of what you're seeing regionally as far as the framework for pricing?
No, from my perspective, so when we did our initial evaluation, back, in 2018, we did our evaluation based on multiple approaches: the income approach, the cost approach, and the market approach, which is more or less based on EDUs. These bids came in higher than that, but then to John's point, that one of the metrics that's looked at closely is price per EDU. In our experience and the sales that we've worked on, sales that we've analyzed, for a system like Lower Makefield, that's a collection system only, under its current condition, I would say this came in sort of spot on where we're seeing other ones on a price per EDU. Now, not all, of course, there's outliers, higher and lower, but on average, this came out very, very, very close to where we're seeing kind of the average for a collection system only.
And that's kind of why I was asking for those numbers so that we could kind of validate that to see where we're at on that. And I know it's, like I said, I'm not disparaging the bid price per se, because absent the context of other transactions, it's hard for me to make an assessment of it. And I know from what I read, obviously this is much better than, say, the Del Coro one, that situation. So on a per EDU basis, this is like double that, which is excellent. But that had different circumstances, larger group of people, challenging maintenance and upkeep, and fewer bidders. So that's where, having us have that ability to understand where this fits in with other transactions, that would be helpful. I guess the other question is sort of, you've been our financial manager now for 20 years, right?
Not Garrett and I personally, but other representatives from PFM. Yes.
For 20 years. So you've refinanced all our bonds and all that stuff over the last 20 years. Did you express concerns at all about the structure of the bonds related to the golf debt payments at all?
I can only speak for myself, and the answer is no, just because I'm not the project manager for Lower Makefield debt transactions. I can surely speak with the other representatives, but firsthand, I cannot speak to that.
Yeah, because I wasn't aware of any advice. And again, I'm relatively new from, I'm not been around 20 years. I mean, I've lived in the township for a long time, but I haven't been on the board for, since January 2016. But my following of this is I don't recall where PFM has specifically called out issues where we should be concerned about, the structure of our debt. And that, because that's never been, to the best of my knowledge, I mean, others who may follow this as close as I do may differ, but it seems to me, if you're looking at that, you could take a look at this opportunity and compare it to what our overall debt structure is, right? And consider whether, this is, and again, you absent the guidance you were given. So I want to make sure I'm not suggesting any sort of Rule G42 issues at all, because that's not what I'm suggesting. But if you remove that guidance that you got that the township wanted to exit the wastewater system, how would you view this versus other debt options?
I'm not sure I understand. You mean, well, I'm still not sure.
If the concern of the township manager is that we have a spike in payments for the golf course, right? That's a significant issue here, and that selling the sewer system would help address that. How would you look at that in context of other options, including things like extending out the 60% of the bonds or 58 that may be extended out, or enacting a tax that's specifically dedicated to the golf course, right? So those are the kinds of trade-offs, financial trade-offs that the board's considering. And that's why, given your 20 years with Lower Makefield, it might be helpful for us to get a perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to do that. I mean, our job is, not to make a recommendation on anything, but to show the information. So, those are analysis that can be done to show what it could potentially cost to stretch out that, if it's even legally feasible. Again, I don't know what that answer is at this moment. We can find out and get some additional information back to you. But yeah, that was not in the purview of this exercise for this evening.
Excellent. Okay. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay. Any other comment?
Ask a question?
Sure, Dan.
Sorry, and I know it's getting late. I'm trying not to be long on this one. Hey, where are you guys? Hey, Scott. Hey, Garrett. Can we go back? What slide number are you on? You're on 11. Can you move it up to 13?
13? Sure.
Please. Thank you. All right. I've got it on two screens now. Over my trash can. All the way over to the right, we have Lower Makefield. In green there, that's number 11,284.20 over 10 years per customer. First question, I guess, because I'm a stickler for detail. What's the footnote number 4 for? What is that? What's the number 4 mean?
I think that's, to be fair, a holdover from a previous presentation that did have a footnote. I don't recall what it was.
Before Dan, we used to footnote number 4 used to say basically, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Footnote number 4, I'm thinking of a different footnote that we changed. But yeah, that was just some other holdover. So that does not actually go with
Okay.
it.
I mean, okay. I just want to make sure I didn't miss.
Just an artifact. You know.
Yeah, I would imagine that it was some footnote that, discusses that it takes into account some sort of rate increase to accommodate an MMA expansion.
So that's kind of what I assumed, but that's kind of where my first question lies. And if you were, and I'm not sure you did the analysis quite this way, but this might be a back of the napkin thing for you. When we look at that, and one of the other slides, you had the jump in 2025 or 6, whatever it was. Yep. That's because of the assumed $50 million nut, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say we have not your presentation, the earlier presentation that we were asking. Let's say we have a scenario where we end up being a bulk customer, and rather than taking on a $50 million nut, we have some rate that we end up paying per EDU to a treatment plant, to some authority, whoever's taken ours. Where does that 11,000 go to roughly? And I don't expect a penny estimate here, but if what was the lower bucks rate we had, like $6 and something cents, if memory serves. If we were to do that, what does that 11,000? I would assume it comes down to some number. I just haven't done the math.
Well, I guess it kind of depends on what that bulk agreement would look like.
Right. No, I understand, and that's why it's a range. So I'm just trying to understand a rough range of what that 10-year fee could be to a
and I invite Tom if he has any suggestion, but I would say Dan, from that's a tough one to answer for just Lower Makefield. I guess one answer that I could maybe give and feel a little bit more confident about it is that so like if the dollar amount of the project would change, so MMA would go to 70 million or go to 30 million, sort of all these bars would sort of go up and down, more or less together, right? So that's why, we were trying to assume, kind of that constant MMA project of $50 million to give us as much of an apples to apples comparison as possible.
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as what impact, it really comes down to what would be in that bulk agreement. I mean, Tom, you have a lot of experience working with bulk agreements as well. Maybe I could be missing something here at 11:30 tonight, but.
No, I think that's right. Whether it's a bulk agreement or a capitalized agreement, whatever the full freight of the OPEX and the CAPEX is going to get sunk into our rates going forward. And Scott and the team had to make some assumptions, but if it's greater than that, then the bulk rate or the capitalized rate doesn't matter. Will go up, or if it's less, it'll go down.
Are any of these bars that we're looking at, are any of them considered static, irrespective of what happens with treatment? Are any of them locked, or are they all going to be dependent on? Are there any that maybe I misunderstood, but I thought some of them might be locked in to whatever rate they are, and some may or may not have considered that treatment project.
Bucks, both Bucks. Yeah. Both of the Bucks County Water and Sewer proposals there, third from the right and second from the right, do not include any, and that's what that note basically says, that they do not include any MMA capital costs.
So those bars could be significantly taller than what you're seeing then.
Yes.
All in.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go in reverse of some of the stuff with. Okay. Yes. That's fair. Now, and I'm just so when I look at any of these numbers really, because they're all generally over 10 years, fairly similar within $1,200 or so. So the math is all fairly similar. But when I look at Lower Makefield, we got what, 11,800 customers is the estimate that we've been talking about tonight.
Yep.
So based off of the 11,284.20, that's a little over $133 million paid out by ratepayers over 10 years under the Lower Makefield scenario, assuming a $50 million nut for some treatment. So that's our gross revenue that would be generated out of that. What I'm trying, when I like graphs like you did here, so these are great. I also like pie charts. So when I look at that $130
be sure to include them on the next one.
What's that, Garrett?
So we'll be sure to include them on the next presentation.
Oh, no, not just for me.
I've heard.
But no, one of the things I'm looking at is, $133 million pie, and the other ones aren't all that dissimilar, 120 or so, depending on just the multiplier. What does that pie look like in terms of what goes towards the let's say a treatment plant, what goes towards the sewer projects, what goes towards labor and material, just general O&M versus capital projects? How does that pie look? And is there any is there a net revenue, or is it all spent when you look at that pie?
I would assume, right, that just being what the township's current debt load is for sewer versus what it could possibly be with a $50 million project, that, again, of that pie, a large bulk of it, presumably half or maybe more, would be just the capital-related expenditures.
For treatment.
Yeah, correct. My apologies for treatment. And then can you go back about the net revenue? Is that basically saying any amount of money that would be surplus to go towards some sort of sewer fund balance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think those numbers were reflecting any kind of major net operating income at the end of the day.
So it's just straight. It's almost like pass-through dollars.
I think it's pretty thin margins. Yes, off the top of my head.
Okay, so we're and that's that. No matter where you fall on the side of this concept here of keeping, selling, or some hybrid thereof, we're looking at 120 to 135 million or so in gross revenue over 10 years under all of these scenarios, plus or minus. That's estimate. So that's generally speaking, that's why it's such a big deal. That's why that's why we're looking at it. That's why we're so concerned about it. That's why we're honestly paying you to do all this analysis. So I'm just, when we look at numbers that large, where we're basically paying, I do look at it some way as paying ourselves versus paying rent to someone else, and just saying, here, take care of it. And that's, I think Dr. Weiss and I were talking about that a little bit earlier about, rent to own kind of thing. And that those paying out that much amount of money for our residents and ratepayers, and not having ownership it's a tough thing to wrap your head around.
Right, it's a philosophical thing, right?
Say again?
It's a philosophical, one component of any sale of any asset, right, is a philosophical.
Yeah, absolutely. And I totally agree. So I'm not giving any answers or opinions. I'm just stating maybe something that's obvious to people or something that people are feeling is, what does that mean to us? And then when we get a little more technical, when we go back to the treatment issue is, I think, Scott, you were talking about, when we were talking about doing that analysis and just making that $50 million assumption. One of the things we haven't had you do that I personally would like to see considered, and we may have to turn over a few more rocks for different options related to this, is sort of to do, I hate this term, but I use it anyway when we talk about the sewers, sort of a holistic review of the treatment options tied into the keep or sell options on the transmission. So we see the full picture of possibilities with our sewer issues. That's a different thing than what you're doing, but that's something that once we get that whole picture, because that really tells us what we're looking at for scenarios moving forward with the sewers.
Yep. I guess also, and of course, Dan, for that, if we were directed to do that, we're obviously not engineers. We would need the assistance and the information from a qualified professional and engineering firm, Freddie Ebert or whomever it is, to kind of give us that data, and we're happy to plug it in models. But I guess one thing, just kind of sticking on this chart here, as you're speaking and kind of we're thinking about this, I guess the one thing that's not reflected in this slide is, we're kind of doing the math of taking, on the far right-hand side for Lower Makefield, taking that 11,000 and change by the number of customers and coming up with a number over $100 million that those residents are going to be, those ratepayers are going to be paying in total, aggregated over that 10-year period. But what's not really reflected in the kind of the other lines is with the Aquas and the Bucks and the Americans, those ratepayers are going to be paying that amount as well. But there's also going to be, I think, again, even though there has not been a lot of vetting at all on the use of proceeds, but if, sort of based on what Kurt was saying earlier, defeasing sewer debt, defeasing golf debt, replenishing general fund, there's going to be other expenses within the township's budget that are going to be, I think, significantly reduced, which you won't see that, I don't think, on the far right-hand side in the green bar, right? With the green bar, you're going to be paying the sewer rates, but you're still also going to have all that debt, and other expenses, whatever it may be. So that's something
there's pain there is how I look at it.
I'm sorry.
It just say there's pain there when you talk about it. But the last question I have for you is, have you had any experience dealing, not necessarily sales or lease agreements or anything like that, but have you guys, since you deal with all these sewer sales, dealt with getting into any O&M agreements over 5-10 years, and how those work out?
We don't see many of them. Some of our clients talk about it, but typically we don't see them. I mean, are some done? Sure. I mean, some are done, but in instances where it sort of depends on the goal of the client, right? If one of the goals is to create upfront monies to whatever the case may be, fund pensions, defeat, pay off debt, do whatever else, an O&M contract's typically not going to do that. Right. So it all comes down to the goal. So yeah, I mean, do we know some clients that have done that on the utility side? Sure, but for kind of totally different reasons.
And one additional comment to that is, when we sent out that RFQ, if you recall, it was a request for qualification that was more broad than just strictly a sale. Hence why we got the concession lease offer. But in that, we also mentioned that the township would be open to some sort of O&M agreement. And again, we distributed this RFQ to over 100 different market participants, and of those that received the RFQ and presumably looked at the RFQ, we didn't get any respondents that said that they were strictly interested in an O&M agreement. Now, is that to say that there's nobody that would be interested in it? No. It's just of the people that we sent an RFQ to, and I think it's fair to say it was a pretty extensive list. None of those individuals were interested in anything like that.
That's good background. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to go back and just talk about holistically, deal with this. Last year, Fred Ebert did come up with, I think, five or six different options. And Kurt referenced them previously, all being about $50 million, no matter which way we went. I know we didn't get a final report from Fred, giving a recommendation on the merits of either any of these or all of these options, but they are there, and each member of the board can look at each individual option and see that, as Kurt said previously, they all cost about the same thing. And on a holistic matter, I think that for the township, basically reducing its debt to a very manageable level, income streams that would surpass expenses significantly on many parts of the budget. I think PFM has done very well to show that we have a way forward if we decide to sell the sewers without the undue pain that increased debt loads would bring on the township. That's my opinion. So I think we have a full understanding now. Maybe a few other issues that might be needed to be hammered out. But at this point, I think unless somebody in the public wants to chime in, Monica, is there anybody out there?
Public comment.
Hello.
Suzanne, do you want to?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into things because, Dan, I'll tell you the house analogy. I don't think it's 100% on, in part because we're in a house that we haven't taken care of for years. So it puts us in a different position. It's not like we're about to pay off our mortgage. We're sitting with 3 balloon debts on our house of sewer. But that being set aside, or at least put off to another day, and I won't go into auction theory or game theory because my economics would bring me back into the 80s, and that could get very scary. But I was wondering if, as we try to look at these, to some extent, apples to apples, I appreciate that even though Aqua's bid is lower, it does nonetheless sound like it's here comes my accent, a better bid. Because of the long-term rates. Is there something we can look to that, to the extent possible, compares these different vendors so that we could say, hey, Consumer Report says this guy's better than that guy, or there's some kind of rating that's done by an objective third party that we could look to add to our analysis?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, as we kind of mentioned, well, in different discussions we've had over the past several months and early on when all the firms were pre-qualified, just looking at Aqua and American, they're both very good, both very good companies. We work with both of them, through these kind of processes, and have good, just us personally, Garrett and I, and Tom, have good things to say about both of them. But as far as kind of independent third parties, you sort of mentioned Consumer Reports. What comes to my mind that we see is JD Power, which I guess you could say it's like a Consumer Report independent third party survey, where in 2020, the latest one that just came out, you could look at that. And again, obviously, we have nothing to do. PFM has nothing to do with those rankings or what goes into that. It's, again, independent source. That does have, I believe, for 2020, I think that has Aqua as number 2 for that category. And I think Pennsylvania American Water may be like number 6 or 5 or 6 or 7, somewhere in that ballpark. So, again, both good firms, no question about it. And But I say Aqua, from the JD Power study, has a higher ranking. Now that I kind of get things confused a little bit, but I want to say that JD Power kind of looks at maybe, I don't know, half a dozen or so different criteria, and I can't remember anymore what all they look at. Quality of service and like conservation practices, customer service, billings, things along. So I think it's an all-encompassing kind of survey and overview. So yeah, and kind of in my opinion, both are good firms, both are good companies, provide good service. But if you're specifically kind of looking for a third party kind of independent survey, if you will, I'd probably refer you to the JD Power one.
Okay.
And I think if you go back, I think just again, going back and from our experiences doing management meetings or talking with these different companies, I think 2019 was a similar kind of similar result where, I think maybe Aqua was maybe one down, maybe they were 3 as opposed to 2. And I think maybe PA American might have been 7 or 8 as opposed to 6 or 7 or, somewhere around there. So
I'm going to go look for those things and see them. So thank you for that. And then the other thing is, and Kurt, are you around, Kurt?
There he is.
There you are. So, it's funny. I'm reminded that the night that I was interviewed for supervisor, one of the questions that I got was, what do you know about the sewers? And I said, not that much. And how time has changed. My memory is a little bit different, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Kurt, but I thought when we had started talking about this, when we all became aware of the debt structure of the town and the lack of foundational work, maintenance work, not just in the sewers, but in the roads and in other, important areas, and we started to look to this as an option, I thought we came up with a number of 35 or 33 or around there, because that's basically what it would take for us to move to even think about this, to really evaluate it, because selling it for 10 million wouldn't make any sense. Are you having the mute issue again? Oh God.
Hear me? No. So no, you're right, Suzanne. So I'm going to make probably Scott and Garrett cringe when I say this, if they're still awake. When we talked about the bids originally, we talked about that dual bid for one reason in my mind, and Scott and Garrett again could tell me they understood it differently. I think the thought all along was that Bucks County Water and Sewer as a bidder would not, I'll call it, overpay for a system, right? They had evidence that they tended to not always be the winning bidder. They came in well below a lot of the PUC companies. And I think the idea was, because we were looking at both rates and proceeds, that in the end, we wanted to make the determination, what would we assign to an amount that would be enough to satisfy the financial conditions of the township? And we came up with a roundabout number of $35 million. But if we were including the PUC in that bidding process, understanding in the end that if they would be willing to pay a higher amount, what would that translate into rates? It was the reason at the time we had talked about tracking 2 bids that way, so we could evaluate in the end, right? And again, I was under the assumption that Bucks County would come in with a bid about in that range, potentially. They had indicated in management meetings when we had discussed dollar amounts as far as a base bid, that would be in the ballpark they'd be looking to bid regardless. And the idea then was, okay, let's have that as an option. So we have the option for the board of an amount to satisfy the financial situation of the township, keeping rates in mind. So we had that option for 35 million for both the PUC companies and for Bucks, understanding in the end that Bucks essentially has less restrictions on them and the ability to control those rates for a lot longer. And frankly, going into those bids, the idea was that our rate is considerably higher than Bucks County Water and Sewer. And that in the end, if they bid $35 million on that flat rate, that in the end, it would take their rate a long time to catch up to our rate, essentially leading to a long-term flattening of the township's rates, because it would take them a decade or more to get caught up. So as those bids came out and Bucks sort of took a position that they were concerned about being involved with this, they sort of had bids that didn't involve those things. So we deferred to those other bids, but those $35 million fees were still sitting there, because that, in my mind, that didn't necessarily manifest itself in the way that I thought it would with Bucks. Does that answer your question? But the $35 million number was our number, because we determined that we would need $27 or $28 million for debt to start. And then those other costs that I had essentially outlined in that slide presentation. Pretty soon, if we keep talking, I can say when I did that yesterday, but still today.
It's James' turn. James' turn.
I concur.
All right, guys. Good discussion. Very good discussion. At this point, Monica, did you say there was anybody from the public want to call?
Yes, we have 3 callers.
Okay.
So we have Peter first.
Hey, Peter.
You guys sure know how to throw a party, let me tell you.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, so this is Peter LaChance. I am a law enforcement officer, so I don't want to give my address. I want to remind you, and I'm sure you all remember, but just for the public's knowledge when they listen to this later on, I ran one of the firms that was a pioneer in the privatization sector in America for water and wastewater. I see, and that Kurt's presentation about the financials in LMT demonstrates that we've been in the shambles and we've built up to it over the course of a couple decades, certainly the last decade. And I can see why that would be cause for wanting to correct that situation by an outright sale. But then I heard that really the assumption was made in 2019, August 2019, that, quote, LMT wants to exit the wastewater business. My concern there is that we didn't know that then, and I'm not sure we really know it now, and I'll explain that in a second, but that was always my concern, and you all know that. I always said, look at all the options, but it's clear, very clear tonight, that the sale option is the one that's being pushed. I know that in the bid documents, which I didn't get to see, no one used my expertise, and I asked a number of times, the people on the sewer board or whatever you call them there that Scott Ferrante's on, they didn't get to see any of this stuff. We're told that things like O&M were mentioned, long-term lease might have been mentioned, but I don't know what the heck was in those documents. And as a bidder and a person who's bid on a lot of things myself, and also as a person who's rated bids by privatizers in the past to make recommendations to clients, I can't help but think that you all have a hammer and everything looks like a nail because you're in a state of emergency. Okay, so I really want to warn you that this is the largest transaction that LMT has ever had, will ever have. Think about that. The largest transaction you will probably ever have in our lifetime. Okay, so let's be careful. We had one bidder put forth a long-term lease contract, and we said, okay, but we weren't comfortable with the legals behind it. Well, if you had put out an RFP looking for lease contracts, you would have laid out what those things were, and they would have bid accordingly. And that I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem that was done. It was an over-the-transom offer, and then it was nixed out of the bucket because even though it offered a lot of money, where you would have $100 million asset perhaps after 30, 40, 50 years, that you could then do something else with. You're now in the bucket of, we're going to sell it. That asset will never come back. We'll never have it again. So I just want to remind you that be careful. There's still more due diligence to do here. You may want to go out and look for some, as a compromise, because of the dire straits we're in. Maybe O&M's not going to work. I was hoping it would, but maybe a lease contract is a good compromise. And I truly don't think that has been explored enough. I think that's about it, gentlemen and lady. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Who's next, Monica?
Next caller is Zach.
Hey, Zach.
Hi, this is Zachary Rubin, 1661 Covington Road. In 2008, the township was considering selling our sewer system. They had a special meeting on March 19th, 2008. There we found out that the Philadelphia Suburban Water Company, which just changed their name to Aqua America, and incidentally are now called Essential Utilities, what's in the name, offered $17 million with a 2-year rate freeze. And there was considerable positive reception to that, except that when one of the citizens asked the Aqua America representative, well, where are you going to get the $17 million to finance this transaction? They said, well, we're going to float a bond, and you, the ratepayers, will pay the principal and the interest. Now, they've set up what their own separate rate zone, or whatever the terminology you just used, that just we and not their hundreds of thousands of other ratepayers would pay it. So it seems to me that it's a little different this time because this would be spread out. But let me just say about Aqua America, which is now called Essential Utilities. Last year in 2019, they had a net profit of $250 million. And what did they do with that profit? Did they reduce the ratepayers' monthly bills? No, they issued a 23-cent dividend. Now, there are 176,790 million shares outstanding, which meant that over $4 million were distributed to the shareholders, not the ratepayers. So remember, they are for a for-profit corporation, and they're in to make a profit. Now, if you go to American Water Company, they only made $650 million in net profit, and they distributed $100 million to their stockholders, not to their ratepayers. Now, I just want to point that about selling for-profit corporation. Now, another point I would like to make about the dire straits that we might be in right now, there might be other solutions horizon. Let's take the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority. Now, that is, even though it's an authority, it is controlled by the county of Bucks County, okay? And someday that our township and all the other municipalities that are clients of Bucks County Water and Sewer should be fed up with sending our sewage down to Philadelphia and be dependent on the Philadelphia Water Company and Philadelphia sewer rates. Therefore, I think there should be a movement and a groundswell to have Bucks County Sewer and Authority build their own treatment plant. So if MMA wanted to build it in the old U.S. Steel area where there's plenty of, I guess, room, I don't understand why we can't put on political pressure, economic, social pressures for that authority to build their own plant. And therefore, if they do own their own plant, we wouldn't have these exorbitant rates going down to Philadelphia, and we wouldn't be dependent on a decrepit MAA authority. So I do think that there are possibilities that have not been explored, and I think we should go down that avenue. Thank you, and I would say good night, but I'm going to wait 5 minutes and say good morning.
Good morning, yeah. Good night, Zach. Who Who else we got on the line, Monica?
The next caller is Robert.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, some of the numbers that were put up tonight, the $50 million for the new plant, if you break that down by 11,800 households, it's it is $4,237.29. Over the life of that plant is pennies per year. Your anticipated interest savings of $2.875365, $2.87.5 million is a whopping savings, I think, over the 13-year period we're talking about, of $243.67.5 to each household. I really don't think that's anything to talk about or to even consider in this decision. What you are giving up, the idea that the golf course shouldn't have a cost of acquisition or a mortgage. Dan, I agree with you. I couldn't wait till the day I paid off my mortgage, and it's a long time ago. But the fact of the matter is, to be in that situation, I had to put up a whole lot of money up front. Well, it's the same thing with the golf course, and I'll go back to my original argument here. By selling off the sewer system to pay for the golf course, you're doing nothing more than robbing Peter to pay Paul. And it's going to come back to bite you in the end, because if you go to a privately held company, now I just heard something, we were having this discussion online about the sewer system. Pennsylvania American Water has rate increases of 12% for this year, for next year, and 5% the following year. Mr. Ferguson, that's pretty much identical to what you're proposing. Increase year over year. Now, the numbers aren't working out because it's working out to billions of dollars worth of profits over the useful life of the piping that they want to charge everybody for. They want to charge you over a 2-year and collect over a 35-year useful life. It's billions of dollars. I haven't yet done my my complaint to the PUC. Leaving the infrastructure of this township to an outside company, which you have absolutely no control over, whether it be the Bucks County Sewer Authority or a privately held company who was responsible to their shareholders first. And I believe that Pennsylvania American Water, one of their higher ups, guaranteed a 10% increase to their shareholders. Well, I don't see anybody getting a 10% increase in their salaries lately. So you can imagine what these people have in store for rate increases, which I've already just told you they already put in for June for 12% and 5%, which effectively would probably be a 20% increase over 2 years. Now, to not protect our infrastructure means you're not protecting the citizens, because over time, the infrastructure will take over the cost, and the property and community values will be the problem with that. No matter what you're doing, you seem to want to take the long-term liability and say, I don't want any part of this. I don't want to go through the system. We want to wipe our hands of this, and however it falls on a residence, it falls on a residence. That's not why you're all there. You're all there to go and beat this thing up until the last punch can be thrown. Now, to have this discussion at almost midnight, this should have been a separate meeting, a separate special meeting, because it's much too important to the whole community to be sitting here at midnight, because you would have had 30 more intelligent comments that could have been made, because these people had to go to sleep because they have to go to work tomorrow, or they have commitments, or they just can't stay up this late. Now, things have to change. One more very important thing. The technical difficulties that Mr. Ferguson had at the beginning is indicative of why the Wegmans deal needs to be a public forum and not a virtual forum. Because you could have lost 30, 40, 50% of the community that would have never been able to participate, or hear you or understand what's going on. So that's enough for tonight. But this sewer thing and the Wegmans isn't anywhere near over. I believe it's at the very beginning, both of them. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too, Bob. Any other public comment?
No more public comment.
Okay, I just want to tell those that are still awake that this is just a discussion. We're not making any decisions today. It's a discussion that's been ongoing for over a year, and we'll get to the finish line, but not today. Is there any other comments from board members for this? Cool. Okay, not hearing any further comment. I thank Scott and Garrett and Tom for their presentation tonight. I very well appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be talking to you very soon. And
Scott, can you make that presentation one more time? No, too late.
Too late. Good night, guys.
Have a good
night.
For another minute, I'll say good morning. Okay, we still got the supervisors' reports. I have nothing to report. Dan?
I don't think, do we have a new schedule for the, sorry, Fred, you moved on the screen there for me. Do we have a new schedule for this end of the month for any committees coming up?
Barbara will be reaching out to all the committees, Dan. So our option, last month we were trying to have meetings at the same weeks as the Board of Supervisors. And we've said all along that we'll televise the Zoning Hearing Board and the Planning Commission the same way these are. The issue, though, is the Zoning Hearing Board, their first Tuesday this month is after the first Wednesday. So we're literally going to have meetings every week. So there'll be a broader array of days offered to those committees. Barbara's going to start reaching out tomorrow. As I mentioned before, we have that joint meeting next week and we'll start getting word out. And just FYI for the board, the first group I already had Barbara reach out to today before anybody else was the airport group.
God bless you.
So, so just to reiterate, we sent an email to the airport group on May 8th, May 9th, and May 13th. And I had Barbara reach out to them today in anticipation to give them the first shot. And I don't have an answer yet, but those will all go out tomorrow, Dan.
Okay, very specifically, then, the only group of mine that seems to want to meet regularly is the Sewer Authority. I haven't seen anything scheduled for this month. That's really what.
Who was that?
Sewer Authority.
Sewer Authority.
So Dan, the way we do that is we schedule, try to do them all at once. And then that way we can try to run one ad because most people's days move. You know what I mean? They're not on necessarily the set day. So we're trying to do that so we can run one ad.
Okay. That's it.
Suzanne?
I've got nothing.
James?
Nothing.
John?
Yeah, the zoning hearing board met yesterday. It was telecast live, so if anybody wanted to check the details of that, they certainly could. The good news is I believe there won't be anything on the docket for the next meeting. Mr. Majewski can confirm that. So if you're worried about the scheduling, that might work out well. And then tomorrow, the Disability Advisory Board will be meeting as well virtually. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Is there any other business? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Have a great morning.
Thank you.